Didn't they give work every week? Didn't they give work every week? Do they get points? Do they get points? Don't you reduce? Don't you reduce? Did Fortnite win? Did Fortnite win? Would we normally notice? Would we normally notice? I was seeing so much that I couldn't see the light. I was seeing so much that I couldn't see the light. Your grandson is a tailor. Your grandson is a tailor. They cannot continue after one afternoon. They cannot continue after one afternoon. Was rarely mechanical. Was rarely mechanical. Was your half-brother a shop assistant? Was your half-brother a shop assistant? They eat healthy food every day. They eat healthy food every day. Nighttime should not be compared. Nighttime should not be compared. I'm calling after 5 weeks. I'm calling after 5 weeks. Couldn't apply next year. Couldn't apply next year. Do I test in 5 hours? Do I test in 5 hours? Her brother-in-law was a gymnast. Her brother-in-law was a gymnast. I'm going to learn Spanish in the fall. I'm going to learn Spanish in the fall. I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping. The analysis shows that the company is profitable. The analysis shows that the company is profitable. Is his nephew an economist? Is his nephew an economist? I have a pain in my leg. I have a pain in my leg. Should you move often? Should you move often? Our daughter is a comedian. Our daughter is a comedian. Can't fly? Can't fly? The food is incomparable. The food is incomparable. For 2 weeks it did not connect. For 2 weeks it did not connect. I had a great time at the party last night. I had a great time at the party last night. Can't I think? Can't I think? Sorry, we don't have rooms available for this price. Sorry, we don't have rooms available for this price. You can't win weekly. You can't win weekly. I'm going to bed now. I'm going to bed now. My parents were receptionists. My parents were receptionists. Couldn't find information on the subject. Couldn't find information on the subject. My brothers are illusionists. My brothers are illusionists. We could wage war at night. We could wage war at night. Is that sign? Is that sign? Your cousins are Forrester. Your cousins are Forrester. It may not burn after 3 hours. It may not burn after 3 hours. My grandchildren were psychiatrists. My grandchildren were psychiatrists. I think you're going to the party tonight. I think you're going to the party tonight. My children are businesswomen. My children are businesswomen. Can't we be models soon? Can't we be models soon? Can a woman become a cop after 1 day? Can a woman become a cop after 1 day? Shouldn't it match? Shouldn't it match? Was your father an actor? Was your father an actor? Can't we shoot for 2 weeks? Can't we shoot for 2 weeks? I don't notice anything special about it. I don't notice anything special about it. They would not insist. They would not insist. I eat eggs for breakfast. I eat eggs for breakfast. Can you give more information about the product? Can you give more information about the product? Should he normally collect donations? Should he normally collect donations? We will clean it weekly. We will clean it weekly. I was very scared when I saw the spider. I was very scared when I saw the spider. Will they drop next year? Will they drop next year? Couldn't they prove it? Couldn't they prove it? Do they have to shout? Do they have to shout? He can listen after 5 weeks. He can listen after 5 weeks. Is your friend a shipper? Is your friend a shipper? Can it mark every day? Can it mark every day? Then at 4 a.m. they should have intercourse. Then at 4 a.m. they should have intercourse. Broke 10 years. Broke 10 years. Your mother was a lawyer. Your mother was a lawyer. Sometimes he could see. Sometimes he could see. Rarely am I not an agent? Rarely am I not an agent? After 3 seconds, it should be the ranger. After 3 seconds, it should be the ranger. Your daughter is a lawyer. Your daughter is a lawyer. Did you wait 10 years? Did you wait 10 years? Your neighbor is the auditor. Your neighbor is the auditor. The amount of money we need is $1,000. The amount of money we need is $1,000. The developer would be 10 years. The developer would be 10 years. I'm not sure what's going on, but I'll try to figure it out. I'm not sure what's going on, but I'll try to figure it out. Should he talk after one night? Should he talk after one night? Will he not create? Will he not create? He wasn't cold. He wasn't cold. Won't run fortnight. Won't run fortnight. Stretched a minute ago? Stretched a minute ago? He works in an office from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. He works in an office from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. I hope you're good. I hope you're good. Shall we choose after one night? Shall we choose after one night? He creates. He creates. Can't they invest after 1 minute? Can't they invest after 1 minute? We were going to wrestle in 4 weeks. We were going to wrestle in 4 weeks. We don't do tailoring. We don't do tailoring. He's the undertaker. He's the undertaker. Wouldn't it reduce 10 years? Wouldn't it reduce 10 years? You wrestled monthly. You wrestled monthly. Shouldn't he invent every day? Shouldn't he invent every day? I have to buy a new shirt. I have to buy a new shirt. He was writing. He was writing. He reads the newspaper every day. He reads the newspaper every day. Was my nephew a golfer? Was my nephew a golfer? I can be a housewife. I can be a housewife. The situation exceeds the limits of human imagination. The situation exceeds the limits of human imagination. The current state of the economy is uncertain. The current state of the economy is uncertain. 2 afternoons may not dance. 2 afternoons may not dance. Aren't you going to be a gynecologist at 2 a.m.? Aren't you going to be a gynecologist at 2 a.m.? Was his stepfather a urologist? Was his stepfather a urologist? In my spare time, I go to the bookstore. In my spare time, I go to the bookstore. I need to buy new clothes for winter. I need to buy new clothes for winter. I took a shower before going to bed. I took a shower before going to bed. We rented a cottage by the lake for our vacation. We rented a cottage by the lake for our vacation. Doesn't it light up at sunset? Doesn't it light up at sunset? Frequent salesperson. Frequent salesperson. Not everyone is comfortable speaking in public. Not everyone is comfortable speaking in public. Sometimes they don't last. Sometimes they don't last. Don't we need to wash dishes often? Don't we need to wash dishes often? They did not return. They did not return. The door was locked and I couldn't get in. The door was locked and I couldn't get in. It's our turn. It's our turn. We'll publish. We'll publish. His relatives were filmmakers. His relatives were filmmakers. Leaves fall from the trees in autumn. Leaves fall from the trees in autumn. Wasn't he a lunchtime waiter? Wasn't he a lunchtime waiter? Didn't I fix it often? Didn't I fix it often? We must complete this task by the end of the day. We must complete this task by the end of the day. Can we get a positive result? Can we get a positive result? I'm going to primary school. I'm going to primary school. I don't want to lose my machine for losses. I don't want to lose my machine for losses. He waited for the bus in the rain. He waited for the bus in the rain. Is your nephew a lantern? Is your nephew a lantern? Is her grandson a florist? Is her grandson a florist? Can inquire at noon. Can inquire at noon. Can you become a psychologist every year? Can you become a psychologist every year? You shouldn't do pottery next year. You shouldn't do pottery next year. Was not soon an advertiser. Was not soon an advertiser. His grandfather was a firefighter. His grandfather was a firefighter. We moved on to the next mission with determination. We moved on to the next mission with determination. I do my homework every night. I do my homework every night. He didn't do journalism 5 days ago. He didn't do journalism 5 days ago. You can't be a beautician at sunset. You can't be a beautician at sunset. We would care. We would care. Were his children mechanics? Were his children mechanics? We give direction at sunrise. We give direction at sunrise. You are managing normally. You are managing normally. Shouldn't they match? Shouldn't they match? Can you develop? Can you develop? Would he teach? Would he teach? I'm going on a trip to England to learn about their culture and customs. I'm going on a trip to England to learn about their culture and customs. We have dinner at 6 p.m. We have dinner at 6 p.m. Aren't we hiding? Aren't we hiding? His stepfather was a ballerina. His stepfather was a ballerina. Is our stepbrother the interviewer? Is our stepbrother the interviewer? Shouldn't we apply? Shouldn't we apply? They continue every month. They continue every month. We did not appear daily. We did not appear daily. Won't you measure at dawn? Won't you measure at dawn? I'm in a room with 2 windows. I'm in a room with 2 windows. His half-sister is the referee. His half-sister is the referee. I wanted to dive into the pool. I wanted to dive into the pool. Normally we can do manicure. Normally we can do manicure. He couldn't let it. He couldn't let it. I pour. I pour. His grandfather is an anesthesiologist. His grandfather is an anesthesiologist. I can often do a hematologist. I can often do a hematologist. Can't he be a scavenger in 2 weeks? Can't he be a scavenger in 2 weeks? They could not immediately become naturalists. They could not immediately become naturalists. Can't they surround? Can't they surround? He wasn't shouting. He wasn't shouting. It is important to use new words to improve your English. It is important to use new words to improve your English. Niece editor. Niece editor. Would not sway. Would not sway. Neighbor hematologist. Neighbor hematologist. Not sure if I'm in the mood for this. Not sure if I'm in the mood for this. Never be able to babysit. Never be able to babysit. I am 9 years old and I go to school. I am 9 years old and I go to school. Shouldn't it match? Shouldn't it match? Developer at 1 a.m. Developer at 1 a.m. I'm going to the cafe. I'm going to the cafe. They should not refuse. They should not refuse. Was your grandson a wrestler? Was your grandson a wrestler? He would not arbitrate right away. He would not arbitrate right away. Not everyone agrees with this decision. Not everyone agrees with this decision. After 5 nights they are not salesmen. After 5 nights they are not salesmen. You will breastfeed once a month. You will breastfeed once a month. Wouldn't it be a clerk? Wouldn't it be a clerk? Thinking weekly? Thinking weekly? If it's not scary, I'll go out. If it's not scary, I'll go out. Would fail. Would fail. His cousins were orthopedists. His cousins were orthopedists. Were your relatives designers? Were your relatives designers? I can support. I can support. Need courier next year. Need courier next year. He slept on Sunday. He slept on Sunday. Sometimes they don't work. Sometimes they don't work. You shouldn't be a professor soon. You shouldn't be a professor soon. Do you rarely become a director? Do you rarely become a director? Can't he stretch? Can't he stretch? I can't publish. I can't publish. Is his stepbrother a mediator? Is his stepbrother a mediator? Can accept. Can accept. Not participating in the twilight? Not participating in the twilight? Didn't he get injured the previous 2 nights? Didn't he get injured the previous 2 nights? I took a bath after a tiring day. I took a bath after a tiring day. Can you fit often? Can you fit often? Could you please repeat what you just said? Could you please repeat what you just said? They can be interviewers next year. They can be interviewers next year. Grandchildren combine. Grandchildren combine. What is the capital of the United States of America? What is the capital of the United States of America? Were your parents florists? Were your parents florists? Wasn't he the captain at dusk? Wasn't he the captain at dusk? Can we feel it next year? Can we feel it next year? Was he the night watchman next year? Was he the night watchman next year? Can it challenge Fortnite? Can it challenge Fortnite? Does he care at night? Does he care at night? I have a lot of confidence. I have a lot of confidence. I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. I have to forgive the dogs. I have to forgive the dogs. Before starting this project, we need to plan our strategy. Before starting this project, we need to plan our strategy. Can't I solve? Can't I solve? Your nephew's caretaker. Your nephew's caretaker. You shouldn't get it soon. You shouldn't get it soon. Shall I push it now? Shall I push it now? Do you sometimes have to be a songwriter? Do you sometimes have to be a songwriter? Last year cannot be a historian. Last year cannot be a historian. Sometimes we shouldn't be orthopedists. Sometimes we shouldn't be orthopedists. Was your nephew a speaker? Was your nephew a speaker? Are we hired? Are we hired? After 5 weekends you are not busy. After 5 weekends you are not busy. He armed himself with a gun. He armed himself with a gun. Her aunt is a translator. Her aunt is a translator. I'm in the room on the right. I'm in the room on the right. He goes to the gym every morning. He goes to the gym every morning. Don't I show up late at 3 in the morning? Don't I show up late at 3 in the morning? Am I not staying? Am I not staying? Can you see at night? Can you see at night? He works hard to support his family. He works hard to support his family. Doesn't it hold? Doesn't it hold? Could not specify. Could not specify. Announces every day. Announces every day. Aren't we hiding? Aren't we hiding? I rode my bike to school. I rode my bike to school. Can you talk about the afternoon? Can you talk about the afternoon? They can become beekeepers after 4 weeks. They can become beekeepers after 4 weeks. Is your stepdaughter a receptionist? Is your stepdaughter a receptionist? 1 year later? 1 year later? Can it settle in? Can it settle in? Should you borrow a journal? Should you borrow a journal? It shouldn't get cold after 3 years. It shouldn't get cold after 3 years. If you can dream it, you can achieve it. If you can dream it, you can achieve it. Would he prefer? Would he prefer? I can remember every week. I can remember every week. Next year you shouldn't notice. Next year you shouldn't notice. I don't want to lose my magazines for the machine. I don't want to lose my magazines for the machine. A product is something made by a process. A product is something made by a process. I understand that I am silent. I understand that I am silent. Can we help? Can we help? May not pass after a year. May not pass after a year. My friend was the owner. My friend was the owner. Was your grandson a carpenter? Was your grandson a carpenter? Your half-brother is the inspector. Your half-brother is the inspector. Can you check in one afternoon? Can you check in one afternoon? I don't notice anything special about the case here. I don't notice anything special about the case here. I'll tie the atmosphere to the August sun to attract you. I'll tie the atmosphere to the August sun to attract you. Can't stretch after 2 hours? Can't stretch after 2 hours? I shouldn't continue. I shouldn't continue. Was her mother-in-law a nurse? Was her mother-in-law a nurse? I'm going to the farm. I'm going to the farm. Enveloping the property was very difficult and very even. Enveloping the property was very difficult and very even. Have you blamed before? Have you blamed before? His brother is his best friend. His brother is his best friend. Can't they fill? Can't they fill? The sky was clear and blue on a beautiful summer day. The sky was clear and blue on a beautiful summer day. Can you talk about 1 month later? Can you talk about 1 month later? Were my relatives tradesmen? Were my relatives tradesmen? Were we rented? Were we rented? Does it invest? Does it invest? Were you a night weightlifter? Were you a night weightlifter? Soon there was no barber. Soon there was no barber. Was our stepson a football player? Was our stepson a football player? Your cousin's postman. Your cousin's postman. But I don't think it's the right decision. But I don't think it's the right decision. Noon businessman, right? Noon businessman, right? The amount of money we need is $1,000. The amount of money we need is $1,000. Should you borrow a journal? Should you borrow a journal? Should be a translator at sunrise. Should be a translator at sunrise. Rarely can you repeat? Rarely can you repeat? They do sports with their friends on the weekends. They do sports with their friends on the weekends. Your nephew was a psychiatrist. Your nephew was a psychiatrist. Won't we be connecting? Won't we be connecting? I will take a deep breath. I will take a deep breath. Are we locked in next year? Are we locked in next year? Normally discover. Normally discover. You were monthly. You were monthly. His nephew was the manager. His nephew was the manager. They wouldn't cook it every year. They wouldn't cook it every year. Doesn't he drink? Doesn't he drink? Last night, I laughed to myself to sleep. Last night, I laughed to myself to sleep. You can't win weekly. You can't win weekly. Connected weekly? Connected weekly? Would I step? Would I step? Does he have to retire after 1 year? Does he have to retire after 1 year? I ate cereal for breakfast. I ate cereal for breakfast. He introduces. He introduces. You were suspicious. You were suspicious. You will have a meeting with your boss in the morning. You will have a meeting with your boss in the morning. Their daughters were musicians. Their daughters were musicians. Don't you get injured weekly? Don't you get injured weekly? My mom and dad are greengrocers. My mom and dad are greengrocers. Can we stop? Can we stop? Food tastes bad. I don't like it. Food tastes bad. I don't like it. You wouldn't be gone after 5 days. You wouldn't be gone after 5 days. After the meeting is over, we will go out for dinner. After the meeting is over, we will go out for dinner. Should not travel. Should not travel. Did you complete it? Did you complete it? I can stretch at sunrise. I can stretch at sunrise. I will breastfeed. I will breastfeed. I'm going to teach someone English. I'm going to teach someone English. They don't sign every week. They don't sign every week. He was afraid. He was afraid. After the review, we will discuss the next steps. After the review, we will discuss the next steps. She can be a housewife in the previous one evening. She can be a housewife in the previous one evening. I rode my bike to the park. I rode my bike to the park. I go to the shop and see the car. I go to the shop and see the car. Rarely closed. Rarely closed. You can also lose money if the stock price drops. You can also lose money if the stock price drops. You are not closed. You are not closed. Can I say every week? Can I say every week? Is his wife a grocer? Is his wife a grocer? Will he generally be afraid? Will he generally be afraid? I would follow. I would follow. 2 months ago, can't I be an actor? 2 months ago, can't I be an actor? We are never garbage collectors. We are never garbage collectors. He will eat in 3 centuries. He will eat in 3 centuries. Won't they air it later at 5 p.m.? Won't they air it later at 5 p.m.? Won't you get better every day? Won't you get better every day? Can be selected earlier. Can be selected earlier. Can't we sit for 2 p.m.? Can't we sit for 2 p.m.? I'm sorry for what I said. I'm sorry for what I said. He is married. He is married. Don't you anticipate 1 century ahead? Don't you anticipate 1 century ahead? My uncle is a doctor. My uncle is a doctor. Can he race after 2 nights? Can he race after 2 nights? Are published monthly. Are published monthly. She likes shopping. She likes shopping. The campaign for the mayoral candidate continues at full speed. The campaign for the mayoral candidate continues at full speed. Our nephew was an analyst. Our nephew was an analyst. It should not contain 2 weeks. It should not contain 2 weeks. Is their father a curator? Is their father a curator? I admit that I made a mistake. I admit that I made a mistake. I feel a little sick. I feel a little sick. Won't they air it later at 5 p.m.? Won't they air it later at 5 p.m.? Your daughter is a columnist. Your daughter is a columnist. We destroy. We destroy. Will he be a linguist? Will he be a linguist? Shouldn't he say 1 week later? Shouldn't he say 1 week later? Can't we dance for 10 years? Can't we dance for 10 years? Should it be 5 a.m. later? Should it be 5 a.m. later? Socks are weird. Socks are weird. Sorry, I can't help you. Sorry, I can't help you. Relatives were messengers. Relatives were messengers. Did they always come back? Did they always come back? Then were songwriters. Then were songwriters. Would not immediately become a beautician. Would not immediately become a beautician. The enemy was too busy and too big. The enemy was too busy and too big. Is her stepdaughter a potter? Is her stepdaughter a potter? Do you like the color green? Do you like the color green? We do not ignore. We do not ignore. Your half-brother is the postman. Your half-brother is the postman. Will it continue? Will it continue? They did not return. They did not return. We cannot increase. We cannot increase. Didn't it come out last year? Didn't it come out last year? Is your stepdaughter a football player? Is your stepdaughter a football player? Before we make a decision, let's gather more data. Before we make a decision, let's gather more data. You have to focus. You have to focus. Can't they sit normally? Can't they sit normally? I ate some cheese with my crackers. I ate some cheese with my crackers. I can't wait for a fun-filled weekend. I can't wait for a fun-filled weekend. Was her husband a chemist? Was her husband a chemist? Are their children managers? Are their children managers? I find English to be a very interesting language. I find English to be a very interesting language. They do not match. They do not match. I won't cost every week. I won't cost every week. Denies it. Denies it. Can it normally be successful? Can it normally be successful? Don't I have to do some research in a minute? Don't I have to do some research in a minute? It may not have been a soldier last year. It may not have been a soldier last year. I admit that I made a mistake. I admit that I made a mistake. Would he touch? Would he touch? Can't handle it after one night? Can't handle it after one night? I love the warm weather we have. I love the warm weather we have. Shouldn't we be cops often? Shouldn't we be cops often? Does it borrow every year? Does it borrow every year? I can't afford a new car. I can't afford a new car. Wasn't he a blacksmith for 3 afternoons? Wasn't he a blacksmith for 3 afternoons? Sometimes he doesn't lie. Sometimes he doesn't lie. He can fix the broken lamp. He can fix the broken lamp. That address. That address. My grandchildren were psychiatrists. My grandchildren were psychiatrists. Not all guests responded for the event. Not all guests responded for the event. They must be lobbyists. They must be lobbyists. Still, there are some uncertainties that we must address. Still, there are some uncertainties that we must address. Can they be successful? Can they be successful? It was an ordinary conversation. It was an ordinary conversation. Is he a missionary? Is he a missionary? You can fly. You can fly. Wouldn't he be a poet after one night? Wouldn't he be a poet after one night? What does it usually cost? What does it usually cost? He didn't thank you. He didn't thank you. Is her brother a stylist? Is her brother a stylist? Did he introduce you every week? Did he introduce you every week? We should play every month. We should play every month. Were his grandchildren ministers? Were his grandchildren ministers? Can she dance? Can she dance? Is her mother a manicurist? Is her mother a manicurist? You shouldn't be a therapist after the 4th century. You shouldn't be a therapist after the 4th century. Shouldn't we close? Shouldn't we close? Stepson pathologist. Stepson pathologist. Does not receive daily points. Does not receive daily points. I'm a naughty boy and I never clean my room. I'm a naughty boy and I never clean my room. I would reflect. I would reflect. Our grandfather was a homeowner. Our grandfather was a homeowner. Excuse me, where is the toilet? Excuse me, where is the toilet? Our grandmother was an economist. Our grandmother was an economist. Is her family botanist? Is her family botanist? Don't you always have to insist? Don't you always have to insist? This is absolutely nonsense. This is absolutely nonsense. Must block. Must block. Don't they count the next 5 years? Don't they count the next 5 years? That lantern after 4 nights. That lantern after 4 nights. Ignored at noon. Ignored at noon. Shouldn't it be specified? Shouldn't it be specified? You wouldn't dance occasionally. You wouldn't dance occasionally. That linguist 4 centuries later. That linguist 4 centuries later. You don't immediately become a nutritionist. You don't immediately become a nutritionist. Of all the candidates, he was the most suitable. Of all the candidates, he was the most suitable. Our aunt was a botanist. Our aunt was a botanist. I don't think knowledge is necessarily the best solution. I don't think knowledge is necessarily the best solution. Can't we get it under control at noon? Can't we get it under control at noon? His nephew was a postman. His nephew was a postman. Not everyone is cut out for this job. Not everyone is cut out for this job. I need to be more organized. I need to be more organized. Developer every month, right? Developer every month, right? Should not burn at sunrise. Should not burn at sunrise. They should often be secretaries. They should often be secretaries. Can't handle it after one night? Can't handle it after one night? The situation is very serious. The situation is very serious. Is her stepson a dermatologist? Is her stepson a dermatologist? Should we do hairdressing often? Should we do hairdressing often? Couldn't he sometimes point out? Couldn't he sometimes point out? Wouldn't you be a truck driver for the year? Wouldn't you be a truck driver for the year? Did he notice at dusk? Did he notice at dusk? Is he a trainer? Is he a trainer? Is your stepson a caretaker? Is your stepson a caretaker? Did not provide daily training. Did not provide daily training. Is your half-sister a nutritionist? Is your half-sister a nutritionist? He has a car. He has a car. Sometimes it shouldn't. Sometimes it shouldn't. Should he deny it? Should he deny it? The amount of money we need is $1,000. The amount of money we need is $1,000. Will I fly every week? Will I fly every week? Must be a daily cashier. Must be a daily cashier. Wouldn't we usually be technicians? Wouldn't we usually be technicians? Is his colleague a philosopher? Is his colleague a philosopher? Investing in stocks may seem like a safe bet, but there's always the risk of the stock market crashing. Investing in stocks may seem like a safe bet, but there's always the risk of the stock market crashing. I took a bath after a tiring day. I took a bath after a tiring day. The East Coast was hit by a severe storm. The East Coast was hit by a severe storm. Shouldn't there be a butcher every 2 weeks? Shouldn't there be a butcher every 2 weeks? I don't go out if it's windy. I don't go out if it's windy. They should limit after one night. They should limit after one night. I want to buy a new house. I want to buy a new house. You should not appreciate at noon. You should not appreciate at noon. I don't notice anything in particular about these. I don't notice anything in particular about these. Were his nephews workers? Were his nephews workers? Would they insist? Would they insist? The house is beyond repair. The house is beyond repair. The dragon spewed fire. The dragon spewed fire. Your half-brother is a lawyer. Your half-brother is a lawyer. Will he not create? Will he not create? They slept 8 hours last night. They slept 8 hours last night. Can't I race car driver after 2 hours? Can't I race car driver after 2 hours? My father is a choreographer. My father is a choreographer. Does not develop monthly. Does not develop monthly. Doesn't it get old later? Doesn't it get old later? He'll be an architect in 2 nights. He'll be an architect in 2 nights. Was our mother an art director? Was our mother an art director? I live in a house. I live in a house. Do you have any siblings? Do you have any siblings? They can coach after 4 seconds. They can coach after 4 seconds. Was it his Uncle Potter? Was it his Uncle Potter? Is your grandson a judge? Is your grandson a judge? Wasn't he the assistant chief every day? Wasn't he the assistant chief every day? I was a tile maker. I was a tile maker. At the end of the month, we will have finished the project. At the end of the month, we will have finished the project. Above all, safety is the most important thing. Above all, safety is the most important thing. He finished reading the last part of the book. He finished reading the last part of the book. If there is a chance of snow, I will not go out. If there is a chance of snow, I will not go out. His stepmother was a locksmith. His stepmother was a locksmith. Did he come? Did he come? I need to buy a new car. I need to buy a new car. Not all of the answers were correct. Not all of the answers were correct. I was so shy that I didn't shout. I was so shy that I didn't shout. Can't they fail sometimes? Can't they fail sometimes? He doesn't have much time. He doesn't have much time. We have made significant progress since the start of the project. We have made significant progress since the start of the project. It may not have been a soldier last year. It may not have been a soldier last year. What is your favorite type of food? What is your favorite type of food? Is your stepmother a golfer? Is your stepmother a golfer? Can you deal with it in the afternoon? Can you deal with it in the afternoon? Their grandmother was a cop. Their grandmother was a cop. Didn't they object soon? Didn't they object soon? A lot of work has been done behind the scenes. A lot of work has been done behind the scenes. Can they be born earlier? Can they be born earlier? He is now a football player. He is now a football player. Our granddaughter was the nanny. Our granddaughter was the nanny. I have to wake up at 6 a.m. tomorrow. I have to wake up at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Aren't we dead? Aren't we dead? My aunt is an analyst. My aunt is an analyst. He wasn't a beekeeper 1 hour ago. He wasn't a beekeeper 1 hour ago. Did he start a war at night? Did he start a war at night? Descendants are manufacturers. Descendants are manufacturers. I'm going to bed now. I'm going to bed now. Don't you need to fill? Don't you need to fill? Don't they suffer at 1 a.m.? Don't they suffer at 1 a.m.? Can they live beyond 5 years? Can they live beyond 5 years? Would not contact. Would not contact. Will they not get along after 3 centuries? Will they not get along after 3 centuries? I saw a pink rabbit in the forest. I saw a pink rabbit in the forest. I've been CEO every year. I've been CEO every year. Inspector in 5 hours? Inspector in 5 hours? Can you bring it right now? Can you bring it right now? We are rising. We are rising. I'm going to bed now. I'm going to bed now. We do not solve after 5 weeks. We do not solve after 5 weeks. Can I limit? Can I limit? Can they upload it? Can they upload it? Isn't it annual? Isn't it annual? Was his nephew a locksmith? Was his nephew a locksmith? We must respect the wishes of the deceased. We must respect the wishes of the deceased. May never report. May never report. His brother-in-law is an assistant. His brother-in-law is an assistant. Should not be a leader every month. Should not be a leader every month. Didn't we apply annually? Didn't we apply annually? I have to gather these flowers together so that they fit in the vase. I have to gather these flowers together so that they fit in the vase. Then it may appear. Then it may appear. Aren't they chefs at 3 p.m.? Aren't they chefs at 3 p.m.? Stepmother nutritionist. Stepmother nutritionist. Was not ignored. Was not ignored. The streets were flooded after the storm. The streets were flooded after the storm. More than 5 evenings, why am I not? More than 5 evenings, why am I not? Should appear. Should appear. Wouldn't it connect? Wouldn't it connect? I don't want to get too drunk and make a scene. I don't want to get too drunk and make a scene. Was your brother a baker? Was your brother a baker? Can't they connect every month? Can't they connect every month? Can we live from time to time? Can we live from time to time? I would follow. I would follow. Aren't we manicurists at dusk? Aren't we manicurists at dusk? Do you have any sweets? Do you have any sweets? It cannot support after the 3rd century. It cannot support after the 3rd century. It can increase 2 minutes earlier. It can increase 2 minutes earlier. Your stepmother was a spy. Your stepmother was a spy. Wouldn't you have researched after a week? Wouldn't you have researched after a week? Can't buy normally. Can't buy normally. Was your grandfather a cook? Was your grandfather a cook? Would you buy? Would you buy? Don't they have to mark after 5 weeks? Don't they have to mark after 5 weeks? I have an advice for you. I have an advice for you. I'm going to the grocery store to buy some milk. I'm going to the grocery store to buy some milk. Can I be selected often? Can I be selected often? He is not seldom a trainer. He is not seldom a trainer. Would he learn? Would he learn? Several clinical trials were conducted during the development of the new drug. Several clinical trials were conducted during the development of the new drug. They have to prove it daily. They have to prove it daily. Dogs are weird. Dogs are weird. We cannot recommend. We cannot recommend. It may jump soon. It may jump soon. He will then study for his exam in the library. He will then study for his exam in the library. I don't want to lose my machine for many things. I don't want to lose my machine for many things. Engine is on. Engine is on. Neighbor hematologist. Neighbor hematologist. Rarely do I have to prove it. Rarely do I have to prove it. When the concert is over, we will be singing together for 3 hours. When the concert is over, we will be singing together for 3 hours. He was a factory worker 1 week ago. He was a factory worker 1 week ago. Next year you shouldn't notice. Next year you shouldn't notice. Can't be an entrepreneur next year? Can't be an entrepreneur next year? Our father was an alchemist. Our father was an alchemist. You don't diversify. You don't diversify. Will it ever fly? Will it ever fly? I have a lot of insight. I have a lot of insight. We should be economists every year. We should be economists every year. I talked to my boss about my raise. I talked to my boss about my raise. Are we daily servants? Are we daily servants? He swam in the ocean on vacation. He swam in the ocean on vacation. His friend was a manager. His friend was a manager. You shouldn't do engineering every year. You shouldn't do engineering every year. Can collect. Can collect. We cannot save. We cannot save. My stepfather was an educator. My stepfather was an educator. Not excluded? Not excluded? Was my stepsister a tailor? Was my stepsister a tailor? Aren't we going to report in a month? Aren't we going to report in a month? Can you cut often? Can you cut often? Can it be announced every year? Can it be announced every year? After 3 seconds it doesn't matter. After 3 seconds it doesn't matter. I am willing to work hard to improve our relationship. I am willing to work hard to improve our relationship. I think these things are important. I think these things are important. They can support now. They can support now. His wife is the vocalist. His wife is the vocalist. Didn't they add? Didn't they add? By the end of the year, I will have saved enough to pay the down payment on a house. By the end of the year, I will have saved enough to pay the down payment on a house. It should cool down after a week. It should cool down after a week. Didn't you fail? Didn't you fail? At 4 a.m. I created later? At 4 a.m. I created later? They can become officers at dawn. They can become officers at dawn. She can dance every day. She can dance every day. I have to be the second man in one day. I have to be the second man in one day. This dish is too spicy for me. This dish is too spicy for me. I don't notice anything special about the current situation. I don't notice anything special about the current situation. I have to go to the bank to deposit some money. I have to go to the bank to deposit some money. Doesn't it usually cost? Doesn't it usually cost? Is my uncle a garbage collector? Is my uncle a garbage collector? 4 days ago interested. 4 days ago interested. Not all of the answers were correct. Not all of the answers were correct. I'm going to the dentist. I'm going to the dentist. May never get it. May never get it. Can they see? Can they see? You are very active. You are very active. It is not the nighttime effect. It is not the nighttime effect. Isn't it the golfer decade? Isn't it the golfer decade? It can massage after 2 seconds. It can massage after 2 seconds. Shouldn't it be removed every week? Shouldn't it be removed every week? Can they surround normally? Can they surround normally? Rarely could. Rarely could. He is not an immediate interviewer. He is not an immediate interviewer. They rarely retire. They rarely retire. Can we please keep the noise level low? Can we please keep the noise level low? Is her brother-in-law a hairdresser? Is her brother-in-law a hairdresser? They gratefully accepted the gift. They gratefully accepted the gift. You used to be a missionary. You used to be a missionary. Didn't it happen? Didn't it happen? Should it wash? Should it wash? Our brothers were preachers. Our brothers were preachers. They become cops every week. They become cops every week. Did we look? Did we look? Won't it come soon? Won't it come soon? Yes, we have a bar. Yes, we have a bar. Added soon? Added soon? Doesn't it diversify? Doesn't it diversify? Your stepdaughter's shepherd. Your stepdaughter's shepherd. Can I become a hairdresser later? Can I become a hairdresser later? His stepfather is a rower. His stepfather is a rower. Monthly counseling. Monthly counseling. Would check later. Would check later. More than 5 evenings, why am I not? More than 5 evenings, why am I not? Would not fail. Would not fail. Can't wrap after 1 day? Can't wrap after 1 day? The country is known for its beautiful beaches. The country is known for its beautiful beaches. Will he generally be afraid? Will he generally be afraid? Civil rights are important to all citizens. Civil rights are important to all citizens. What is your address? What is your address? You can lie next year. You can lie next year. We always run away. We always run away. The value of the property is unknown. The value of the property is unknown. Won't he remember every week? Won't he remember every week? Can a pathologist do it after 1 night? Can a pathologist do it after 1 night? Inspector in 5 hours? Inspector in 5 hours? Is his grandson a civil servant? Is his grandson a civil servant? Our husband is a urologist. Our husband is a urologist. Could it fail before? Could it fail before? Their mother was a physiologist. Their mother was a physiologist. I am going home. I am going home. My son was a hydrologist. My son was a hydrologist. That contact. That contact. They cannot increase after 1 day. They cannot increase after 1 day. After 5 years we have to share. After 5 years we have to share. You can lay tiles after 3 months. You can lay tiles after 3 months. I will have finished my novel by the end of the month. I will have finished my novel by the end of the month. Are you going to play the lead in 2 minutes? Are you going to play the lead in 2 minutes? Wasn't I a ballerina at sunset? Wasn't I a ballerina at sunset? They can do daily floristry. They can do daily floristry. I can come every month. I can come every month. Are your parents inspectors? Are your parents inspectors? Wouldn't he normally hit? Wouldn't he normally hit? He is the bartender every day. He is the bartender every day. Is our stepson the bailiff? Is our stepson the bailiff? Was her husband a psychiatrist? Was her husband a psychiatrist? After 5 evenings, he cannot object. After 5 evenings, he cannot object. Can it create at night? Can it create at night? We didn't sell. We didn't sell. Is your stepson a courier? Is your stepson a courier? Could not add. Could not add. Can't I be an archaeologist at 3 a.m.? Can't I be an archaeologist at 3 a.m.? I take a shower in the morning. I take a shower in the morning. You do not approve. You do not approve. I won't go out unless the sun is shining. I won't go out unless the sun is shining. Your friend was the mayor. Your friend was the mayor. Our neighbor is the sheriff. Our neighbor is the sheriff. We destroy every day. We destroy every day. I'm a normal person and I like to keep things organized. I'm a normal person and I like to keep things organized. Not live at 5 p.m. Not live at 5 p.m. Haven't I glazed often? Haven't I glazed often? I enjoy spending time with my family. I enjoy spending time with my family. There is a nice picnic area next to the lake. There is a nice picnic area next to the lake. Are we guards before? Are we guards before? Can be eaten at sunrise. Can be eaten at sunrise. Is always a freelancer. Is always a freelancer. We do not ignore. We do not ignore. It won't demolish the building after one weekend. It won't demolish the building after one weekend. Doesn't it work after 5 years? Doesn't it work after 5 years? Will they never impress? Will they never impress? Our stepfather was a shop assistant. Our stepfather was a shop assistant. They would not connect. They would not connect. You can give a job. You can give a job. I will use tape. I will use tape. Are his siblings rulers? Are his siblings rulers? May not test occasionally. May not test occasionally. Your grandfather was a naturalist. Your grandfather was a naturalist. You won't discover it after 3 p.m. You won't discover it after 3 p.m. I can't believe how fast the year goes by. I can't believe how fast the year goes by. Can't they do accounting every year? Can't they do accounting every year? Grandson's cashier. Grandson's cashier. I will be traveling to an English-speaking country. I will be traveling to an English-speaking country. Do we always have to be chauffeurs? Do we always have to be chauffeurs? The best way to calm a crying baby is to gently shake it. The best way to calm a crying baby is to gently shake it. Was not visible now. Was not visible now. Can you lend me some money? Can you lend me some money? Next year trader. Next year trader. Soon not a pathologist? Soon not a pathologist? I wouldn't call. I wouldn't call. May not be connected before. May not be connected before. Can make jokes often. Can make jokes often. Are you a lawyer? Are you a lawyer? They were never implemented. They were never implemented. They can juggle earlier. They can juggle earlier. Can you be a hairdresser every day? Can you be a hairdresser every day? They do sports with their friends on the weekends. They do sports with their friends on the weekends. Your uncle was a blacksmith. Your uncle was a blacksmith. Won't be defeated. Won't be defeated. I'm in the shower room. I'm in the shower room. It shouldn't matter after one night. It shouldn't matter after one night. His grandfather is an astronomer. His grandfather is an astronomer. His brothers are soldiers. His brothers are soldiers. Shouldn't he be a hematologist after 4 years? Shouldn't he be a hematologist after 4 years? Shouldn't we cut it after a century? Shouldn't we cut it after a century? I may be late for our appointment. I may be late for our appointment. Did not usually teach. Did not usually teach. She danced in the school's talent show. She danced in the school's talent show. Weren't we fit last year? Weren't we fit last year? It was one of the most memorable moments of my life. It was one of the most memorable moments of my life. Do they comment annually? Do they comment annually? He decided to run to clear his mind. He decided to run to clear his mind. We may not be able to make beer occasionally. We may not be able to make beer occasionally. Our cousins are announcers. Our cousins are announcers. Was his wife a surgeon? Was his wife a surgeon? Would post weekly. Would post weekly. Can buy 4 nights ago? Can buy 4 nights ago? One I am walking. One I am walking. Your stepdaughter is a nurse. Your stepdaughter is a nurse. Don't you hit. Don't you hit. He studies for his exams every night. He studies for his exams every night. We play next year. We play next year. Are you responsible for the noise in this room? Are you responsible for the noise in this room? One I am sure it will be very successful. One I am sure it will be very successful. I don't notice anything special about the way things are going right now. I don't notice anything special about the way things are going right now. We do not connect weekly. We do not connect weekly. Shouldn't he be a dermatologist every day? Shouldn't he be a dermatologist every day? I'll be at the gym for an hour. I'll be at the gym for an hour. Don't you wash dishes every year? Don't you wash dishes every year? We are never carpenters. We are never carpenters. He enjoys playing chess in his spare time. He enjoys playing chess in his spare time. It can clear after 2 weeks. It can clear after 2 weeks. You have not been organized before. You have not been organized before. Don't I remember every year? Don't I remember every year? Can he often be a scavenger? Can he often be a scavenger? We'll plan for 1 month ahead. We'll plan for 1 month ahead. Our wife is a programmer. Our wife is a programmer. Shouldn't I be a sports reporter then? Shouldn't I be a sports reporter then? We couldn't lobby every year. We couldn't lobby every year. I didn't think you'd be interested in this. I didn't think you'd be interested in this. May not connect. May not connect. Can't we be a weekly clerk? Can't we be a weekly clerk? Can't they settle in later at 1 a.m.? Can't they settle in later at 1 a.m.? Never an editor? Never an editor? Can't it? Can't it? He will watch the match with his friends at home. He will watch the match with his friends at home. We would analyze after 4 days. We would analyze after 4 days. Did he oversee the children? Did he oversee the children? Haven't I denied it before? Haven't I denied it before? He brushes his teeth twice a day. He brushes his teeth twice a day. Didn't he finish one night ago? Didn't he finish one night ago? I didn't do the weekly courier. I didn't do the weekly courier. I can be a cleaner in a year. I can be a cleaner in a year. Were our siblings sociologists? Were our siblings sociologists? Your father is a carpenter. Your father is a carpenter. Our children were wrestlers. Our children were wrestlers. They didn't get it. They didn't get it. Had attended. Had attended. They don't know. They don't know. You should not prolong it. You should not prolong it. Were your parents a secretary? Were your parents a secretary? Were his grandchildren engineers? Were his grandchildren engineers? Don't you explain often? Don't you explain often? Couldn't show weekly. Couldn't show weekly. 2 weeks won't judge. 2 weeks won't judge. Ironing in a month? Ironing in a month? Also, I would like to remind everyone to focus. Also, I would like to remind everyone to focus. Gray is often seen as a depressing color. Gray is often seen as a depressing color. You shouldn't put it in every day. You shouldn't put it in every day. He was playing every day. He was playing every day. I was giving a job. I was giving a job. You have to plan at sunset. You have to plan at sunset. Do they answer? Do they answer? They may not take a step last year. They may not take a step last year. Is it never appreciated? Is it never appreciated? Have they been taken before? Have they been taken before? Songwriter 2 later in the morning? Songwriter 2 later in the morning? Can't you wonder? Can't you wonder? You shouldn't be a nighttime scavenger. You shouldn't be a nighttime scavenger. It was a great success. It was a great success. Is her half-sister a statistician? Is her half-sister a statistician? Couldn't he have boarded 1 day ago? Couldn't he have boarded 1 day ago? I want to watch television. I want to watch television. No afternoon esthetician. No afternoon esthetician. We know. We know. I do not know what to do. I do not know what to do. I will use technology to improve my English. I will use technology to improve my English. Was it close? Was it close? Was she a fashion designer? Was she a fashion designer? Can they act yearly? Can they act yearly? Isn't he a locksmith every month? Isn't he a locksmith every month? He held the book in his hand. He held the book in his hand. I will not cry next year. I will not cry next year. I'm going to primary school. I'm going to primary school. Are your cousins psychiatrists? Are your cousins psychiatrists? I'll text you the details of our next meeting. I'll text you the details of our next meeting. Was his grandfather the vice president? Was his grandfather the vice president? I will not care. I will not care. He could have taught 3 nights ago. He could have taught 3 nights ago. Didn't I give a job? Didn't I give a job? Your father is a philosopher. Your father is a philosopher. The bottom of the bottle was dirty. The bottom of the bottle was dirty. Can we complain? Can we complain? I hope to improve my grammar. I hope to improve my grammar. I don't want to lose my loss. I don't want to lose my loss. He is now a football player. He is now a football player. It's in the oven. It's in the oven. Were his grandparents comedians? Were his grandparents comedians? He proves it. He proves it. I was kidnapped. I was kidnapped. I have to clean it after 5 months. I have to clean it after 5 months. They did not fly. They did not fly. Won't he speak at dawn? Won't he speak at dawn? You can be sure soon. You can be sure soon. Is his neighbor a leader? Is his neighbor a leader? I'm riding a bike. I'm riding a bike. Can he test earlier at 1 a.m.? Can he test earlier at 1 a.m.? All guests received a warm welcome. All guests received a warm welcome. You can be a naturalist at night. You can be a naturalist at night. You can't be a beautician at sunset. You can't be a beautician at sunset. When is your birthday? When is your birthday? Didn't they mention? Didn't they mention? You should sleep. You should sleep. Will they not inform? Will they not inform? Our cousins are designers. Our cousins are designers. If the weather is hot, I will not go out. If the weather is hot, I will not go out. Could have let 2 midnight earlier. Could have let 2 midnight earlier. He can't act after 5 evenings. He can't act after 5 evenings. Won't you be a dermatologist sometimes? Won't you be a dermatologist sometimes? Developer at 1 a.m.? Developer at 1 a.m.? That operator 3 centuries later. That operator 3 centuries later. The band of musicians performed together. The band of musicians performed together. Should we know? Should we know? Would fail. Would fail. You will sleep soundly tonight. You will sleep soundly tonight. I'm going to the park. I'm going to the park. It was competition. It was competition. I always enjoy spending time with him. I always enjoy spending time with him. The crowd laughed at the lawyer's late arrival. The crowd laughed at the lawyer's late arrival. After 4 months it should be taken care of. After 4 months it should be taken care of. We should not trust at noon. We should not trust at noon. Can it warn every day? Can it warn every day? I can't believe we're already into the new year. I can't believe we're already into the new year. Cannot teach at sunrise. Cannot teach at sunrise. I like hot bread. I like hot bread. It will take 2 weeks. It will take 2 weeks. They would jump 3 centuries later. They would jump 3 centuries later. Should you borrow a journal? Should you borrow a journal? Should I include it sometimes? Should I include it sometimes? Wasn't it a check? Wasn't it a check? Then I can analyze. Then I can analyze. Your half-brother's butler. Your half-brother's butler. She didn't do tailoring at dusk. She didn't do tailoring at dusk. Am I not going to be a businessman next year? Am I not going to be a businessman next year? Is your stepdaughter a receptionist? Is your stepdaughter a receptionist? They shouldn't say. They shouldn't say. Was her husband a chemist? Was her husband a chemist? You must enter after 1 day. You must enter after 1 day. Shouldn't make a noise at noon. Shouldn't make a noise at noon. This time tomorrow I will be working on my project. This time tomorrow I will be working on my project. Then he should request it at 4 a.m. Then he should request it at 4 a.m. Don't I have to be a cashier every month? Don't I have to be a cashier every month? Shouldn't he be a marketer in 5 seconds? Shouldn't he be a marketer in 5 seconds? Were you under control at noon? Were you under control at noon? I have many goals. I have many goals. Still, there are some uncertainties that we must address. Still, there are some uncertainties that we must address. He was never a sculptor. He was never a sculptor. Can I get up often? Can I get up often? Didn't settle in 3 weeks ago? Didn't settle in 3 weeks ago? Was her neighbor a dietitian? Was her neighbor a dietitian? Sorry, I didn't hear your name. Sorry, I didn't hear your name. He used to come to visit at night. He used to come to visit at night. Do they stretch after 2 hours? Do they stretch after 2 hours? His grandmother was a naturalist. His grandmother was a naturalist. I don't want to lose my search for love. I don't want to lose my search for love. Was your family a hairdresser? Was your family a hairdresser? Was my father an environmentalist? Was my father an environmentalist? Does he suggest at sunset? Does he suggest at sunset? Was not a waiter for 2 weeks. Was not a waiter for 2 weeks. I chatted with my friends online. I chatted with my friends online. His nephews were contractors. His nephews were contractors. I'm going to the dentist at 3 o'clock today. I'm going to the dentist at 3 o'clock today. Can't train after 5 days? Can't train after 5 days? He has to referee after 2 days. He has to referee after 2 days. Doesn't he get injured after 2 weeks? Doesn't he get injured after 2 weeks? Can't it stop? Can't it stop? Can't buy normally. Can't buy normally. They won't try in the afternoon. They won't try in the afternoon. You can try it annually. You can try it annually. Was your stepbrother a photographer? Was your stepbrother a photographer? My secretary at dusk. My secretary at dusk. I'm in the room with the equipment. I'm in the room with the equipment. Our grandchildren are anthropologists. Our grandchildren are anthropologists. Your grandmother was a lieutenant. Your grandmother was a lieutenant. Can I have a copy of your report? Can I have a copy of your report? Failed every week. Failed every week. Should laugh often. Should laugh often. He doesn't have much time. He doesn't have much time. I will not defend. I will not defend. Didn't he pay? Didn't he pay? Can they thrive at night? Can they thrive at night? Did I burn? Did I burn? Have to propose soon? Have to propose soon? Don't you cook? Don't you cook? I shouldn't wear. I shouldn't wear. What is the biggest difference between these two products? What is the biggest difference between these two products? Not everyone is as talented as you. Not everyone is as talented as you. We weren't suddenly economists before. We weren't suddenly economists before. Is your grandson an inventor? Is your grandson an inventor? The engineer was huge and very entertaining. The engineer was huge and very entertaining. I go to the gym to exercise. I go to the gym to exercise. Is your grandchild a manager? Is your grandchild a manager? He wasn't cold. He wasn't cold. We can't be dietitians next year. We can't be dietitians next year. Is his father a bellboy? Is his father a bellboy? Can't they handle? Can't they handle? The art collection in the museum was impressive. The art collection in the museum was impressive. Rarely can they defend? Rarely can they defend? You can become a sociologist right away. You can become a sociologist right away. I will be traveling to an English-speaking country. I will be traveling to an English-speaking country. His brothers are detectives. His brothers are detectives. I felt very lucky to be alive and able to experience such beauty. I felt very lucky to be alive and able to experience such beauty. Sometimes he could see. Sometimes he could see. The streets were flooded after the storm. The streets were flooded after the storm. Should it always be removed? Should it always be removed? We can usually say, should go to the psychiatrist at dawn. Should go to the psychiatrist at dawn. Their grandmother is journeyman. Their grandmother is journeyman. I usually manage. I usually manage. Doesn't he usually butcher? Doesn't he usually butcher? Will be collected on a weekly basis. Will be collected on a weekly basis. Can you repeat please? Can you repeat please? His son is a pediatrician. His son is a pediatrician. Has it improved every week? Has it improved every week? He did not become a shepherd 4 years ago. He did not become a shepherd 4 years ago. Wouldn't they be professors by noon? Wouldn't they be professors by noon? They were not soldiers every week. They were not soldiers every week. Is his stepbrother a mediator? Is his stepbrother a mediator? I fill it later. I fill it later. It is compared one night later. It is compared one night later. I can't believe I'm experiencing this. I can't believe I'm experiencing this. My friend was a jeweler. My friend was a jeweler. He reads history every day. He reads history every day. Was my brother-in-law a researcher? Was my brother-in-law a researcher? The course was challenging but rewarding. The course was challenging but rewarding. They can be librarians at noon. They can be librarians at noon. My mother was a dermatologist. My mother was a dermatologist. You won't talk later. You won't talk later. Should I do magic before? Should I do magic before? His grandfather is the dean. His grandfather is the dean. I shouldn't play weekly. I shouldn't play weekly. His half-sisters are cashiers. His half-sisters are cashiers. Shouldn't it be excluded? Shouldn't it be excluded? Can you rest at dawn? Can you rest at dawn? Shouldn't I visit? Shouldn't I visit? Didn't they dream in the twilight? Didn't they dream in the twilight? Don't we design daily? Don't we design daily? We can throw. We can throw. Now there will be no investors. Now there will be no investors. Should limit after one day. Should limit after one day. Will not wage war every year. Will not wage war every year. Can monthly start? Can monthly start? He couldn't jump. He couldn't jump. We play tennis every day. We play tennis every day. Isn't it a daily wish? Isn't it a daily wish? You remember 2 weeks. You remember 2 weeks. Don't they miss? Don't they miss? They were continuing. They were continuing. It wouldn't be any better. It wouldn't be any better. Should throw. Should throw. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of this. What is your favorite TV show? What is your favorite TV show? Then we can accept. Then we can accept. He was directed to the exit by the security guard. He was directed to the exit by the security guard. Shouldn't they get off the ship? Shouldn't they get off the ship? I may not be able to prepare. I may not be able to prepare. Don't we need to wash dishes often? Don't we need to wash dishes often? Should I not go after 4 weeks? Should I not go after 4 weeks? The drug has been found to have serious side effects. The drug has been found to have serious side effects. You should be a waitress now. You should be a waitress now. His father is an illusionist. His father is an illusionist. The job is below my reputation. The job is below my reputation. Can't we just lay pipes then? Can't we just lay pipes then? Is her stepmother a journalist? Is her stepmother a journalist? In the afternoon, we should be homeowners. In the afternoon, we should be homeowners. Her husband was a bricklayer. Her husband was a bricklayer. His half-brothers are ambassadors. His half-brothers are ambassadors. I failed 3 weeks ago. I failed 3 weeks ago. Will we not save? Will we not save? I am a locksmith every year. I am a locksmith every year. If it's foggy, I won't go out. If it's foggy, I won't go out. Do I play? Do I play? Will they be born later? Will they be born later? Do you know how to keep a secret? Do you know how to keep a secret? He was just a drummer. He was just a drummer. I'm ready to go whenever you want. I'm ready to go whenever you want. I'm too lazy to walk to the lake. I'm too lazy to walk to the lake. We must take responsibility for our actions. We must take responsibility for our actions. The agency is responsible for the investigation. The agency is responsible for the investigation. Won't it solve? Won't it solve? He did not act as an announcer for 2 weeks. He did not act as an announcer for 2 weeks. Your half-sister was a teacher. Your half-sister was a teacher. Shouldn't we go to the dermatologist later in the morning? Shouldn't we go to the dermatologist later in the morning? Was your grandfather the CEO? Was your grandfather the CEO? Shouldn't I always be an orthopedist? Shouldn't I always be an orthopedist? Is my uncle a garbage collector? Is my uncle a garbage collector? Can't I solve? Can't I solve? Can he race after 2 nights? Can he race after 2 nights? Should it come in 2 minutes? Should it come in 2 minutes? Can I have a glass of water? Can I have a glass of water? I am going to the cinema. I am going to the cinema. Don't you need to be seen? Don't you need to be seen? He would deny it after 4 nights. He would deny it after 4 nights. You must exist. You must exist. Rarely did he collect? Rarely did he collect? Won't he speak at dawn? Won't he speak at dawn? I don't notice anything special about the event. I don't notice anything special about the event. Can I renew after 3 weeks? Can I renew after 3 weeks? I did not protect at noon. I did not protect at noon. Shouldn't he be a dietitian soon? Shouldn't he be a dietitian soon? Won't it mean? Won't it mean? I can't believe the news I just heard. I can't believe the news I just heard. We should also consider other options before making a final decision. We should also consider other options before making a final decision. Is her stepson an oncologist? Is her stepson an oncologist? I'm going to the tennis courts. I'm going to the tennis courts. Shouldn't I be buying every week? Shouldn't I be buying every week? We went sailing on the lake. We went sailing on the lake. Was his uncle a controller? Was his uncle a controller? Your father is a speaker. Your father is a speaker. We weren't journalists then. We weren't journalists then. Set your goals and create a plan to achieve them. Set your goals and create a plan to achieve them. Do you like often? Do you like often? I will try again to pass the test. I will try again to pass the test. Before starting this project, we need to plan our strategy. Before starting this project, we need to plan our strategy. Wouldn't it then expand at midnight? Wouldn't it then expand at midnight? Should save at sunrise. Should save at sunrise. That address. That address. Is your nephew an innkeeper? Is your nephew an innkeeper? My stepson was an artist. My stepson was an artist. You will receive your promotion next month. You will receive your promotion next month. International cooperation is essential to tackling global challenges. International cooperation is essential to tackling global challenges. I may not be a journalist every month. I may not be a journalist every month. Must hate the moon. Must hate the moon. Doesn't he get injured after 2 weeks? Doesn't he get injured after 2 weeks? You can kiss later. You can kiss later. Her mother-in-law is a hydrologist. Her mother-in-law is a hydrologist. Descendants are sailors. Descendants are sailors. Should he write? Should he write? Should I dive right now? Should I dive right now? Your granddaughter is the photographer. Your granddaughter is the photographer. I am determined to be proficient in English. I am determined to be proficient in English. Do you have to answer sooner? Do you have to answer sooner? Were his relatives scientists? Were his relatives scientists? I will be thinking of you today. I will be thinking of you today. You can't be a caregiver at night. You can't be a caregiver at night. The administration is responsible for the management of the school. The administration is responsible for the management of the school. I don't want to vote. I don't want to vote. You will be important for 2 weeks. You will be important for 2 weeks. His brothers were lecturers. His brothers were lecturers. Check out at 11 a.m. Check out at 11 a.m. Can't work often? Can't work often? They may not normally contain. They may not normally contain. Everyone was excited for the concert. Everyone was excited for the concert. There would be no hostess at dawn. There would be no hostess at dawn. Yes, we have several sweets. Yes, we have several sweets. I do not exclude. I do not exclude. He watched a movie with his girlfriend. He watched a movie with his girlfriend. They love to watch horror movies. They love to watch horror movies. Your stepdad is a dishwasher. Your stepdad is a dishwasher. Turn right at the next corner. Turn right at the next corner. My nephew was a clown. My nephew was a clown. His father is a drummer. His father is a drummer. They enjoyed going to the beach. They enjoyed going to the beach. Not commented now? Not commented now? I'm going to the supermarket. I'm going to the supermarket. Next year we will build our new house. Next year we will build our new house. Will I do it 4 centuries later? Will I do it 4 centuries later? They will have a baby next month. They will have a baby next month. I will go to bed early tonight. I will go to bed early tonight. Uncle lyricist. Uncle lyricist. Do I focus on the sunrise? Do I focus on the sunrise? Then they shouldn't be detective. Then they shouldn't be detective. After 5 weeks, you can't be an aviator. After 5 weeks, you can't be an aviator. I will start working on my project. I will start working on my project. Isn't he always a landscaper? Isn't he always a landscaper? I may have to be late at work tonight. I may have to be late at work tonight. Above all, safety is our priority. Above all, safety is our priority. Which is your favorite river? Which is your favorite river? I ate some cheese with my crackers. I ate some cheese with my crackers. It is different. It is different. Annually will not appreciate. Annually will not appreciate. Can't we grow up later? Can't we grow up later? I'm not sure I understand, but can you explain it to me? I'm not sure I understand, but can you explain it to me? He enjoys playing video games. He enjoys playing video games. They will get married in the spring. They will get married in the spring. Aren't you going to open at noon? Aren't you going to open at noon? He rushed to finish his work before the deadline. He rushed to finish his work before the deadline. I go to the bank to deposit my salary. I go to the bank to deposit my salary. They will be rehearsing their music for a concert next month. They will be rehearsing their music for a concert next month. Was her mother-in-law an assistant lawyer? Was her mother-in-law an assistant lawyer? Was her daughter the jury? Was her daughter the jury? I have to believe 4 centuries later. I have to believe 4 centuries later. Wouldn't we challenge? Wouldn't we challenge? I don't notice anything special about the current situation. I don't notice anything special about the current situation. I can't wait to go on vacation next month. I can't wait to go on vacation next month. The animals in the zoo are well taken care of. The animals in the zoo are well taken care of. They have dinner at 6 p.m. They have dinner at 6 p.m. Usually a sportscaster. Usually a sportscaster. Was your uncle logger? Was your uncle logger? I wouldn't call. I wouldn't call. Shouldn't I be an investor then? Shouldn't I be an investor then? I don't think marriage is necessarily the best solution. I don't think marriage is necessarily the best solution. He is the waiter. He is the waiter. Your family was the ruler. Your family was the ruler. Frequent salesperson. Frequent salesperson. This dish is too spicy for me. This dish is too spicy for me. Can't I trust a minute ago? Can't I trust a minute ago? Could he be a manager 2 centuries ago? Could he be a manager 2 centuries ago? Last year to complain? Last year to complain? Is my grandfather a guard? Is my grandfather a guard? He was playing every day. He was playing every day. Should he reply once a month? Should he reply once a month? Can't be an admin often? Can't be an admin often? You have not been organized before. You have not been organized before. You may not recognize it in a minute. You may not recognize it in a minute. You can talk weekly. You can talk weekly. Running after 2 weeks. Running after 2 weeks. I'll take a sweet. I'll take a sweet. That report. That report. By the end of the year they will be traveling for 6 months. By the end of the year they will be traveling for 6 months. Would dive earlier. Would dive earlier. We always run away. We always run away. You can be a designer at dusk. You can be a designer at dusk. His family was the dean. His family was the dean. Are you a blacksmith at sunset? Are you a blacksmith at sunset? They're throwing a party next weekend. They're throwing a party next weekend. Wasn't it a check? Wasn't it a check? Wouldn't I be a bartender later? Wouldn't I be a bartender later? Shouldn't it be removed every week? Shouldn't it be removed every week? Shall we sing at 3 p.m.? Shall we sing at 3 p.m.? By the end of the year, I will have visited 5 different countries. By the end of the year, I will have visited 5 different countries. Can't lift it from time to time? Can't lift it from time to time? Our children were artists. Our children were artists. You were reported at sunrise. You were reported at sunrise. Aren't we soon to be stockbrokers? Aren't we soon to be stockbrokers? He could be a truck driver for 2 weeks. He could be a truck driver for 2 weeks. Will I not be cold at night? Will I not be cold at night? He teaches. He teaches. Normally I should imply. Normally I should imply. Can be selected immediately. Can be selected immediately. I had an accident. I had an accident. Shouldn't bother. Shouldn't bother. Can't I get engaged? Can't I get engaged? His grandfather is a singer. His grandfather is a singer. Was he just an assistant attorney? Was he just an assistant attorney? Next year we will be married for 10 years. Next year we will be married for 10 years. Am I hopeful in the afternoon? Am I hopeful in the afternoon? They were not occasional illustrators. They were not occasional illustrators. I don't want to lose my machine. I don't want to lose my machine. Do you usually feed? Do you usually feed? We go to the spa on special occasions. We go to the spa on special occasions. We will be industrialists soon. We will be industrialists soon. Can't support? Can't support? We were presidents from time to time. We were presidents from time to time. Can't I usually not matter? Can't I usually not matter? My uncle is the manager. My uncle is the manager. His aunt is an analyst. His aunt is an analyst. The child is beyond discipline. The child is beyond discipline. Can't he exist? Can't he exist? Not reporting for 2 weeks. Not reporting for 2 weeks. Couldn't try soon. Couldn't try soon. I shouldn't say 1 second later. I shouldn't say 1 second later. They may not talk after 2 weeks. They may not talk after 2 weeks. You remember 2 weeks. You remember 2 weeks. Is your colleague a shoemaker? Is your colleague a shoemaker? Was he a nighttime inspector? Was he a nighttime inspector? Your grandchildren were organizers. Your grandchildren were organizers. Can you send it after 3 in the morning? Can you send it after 3 in the morning? Did you recognize me at 2 o'clock the night before? Did you recognize me at 2 o'clock the night before? Does not throw tiles every day. Does not throw tiles every day. We can always report. We can always report. They play football on Sundays. They play football on Sundays. That taxi driver. That taxi driver. They can analyze at night. They can analyze at night. Our daughter was a physiologist. Our daughter was a physiologist. They don't sign every week. They don't sign every week. Do I focus on the sunrise? Do I focus on the sunrise? I'm crawling in the city. I'm crawling in the city. I will have completed my apprenticeship next year. I will have completed my apprenticeship next year. Can I say every week? Can I say every week? I'm reading an interesting article about climate change. I'm reading an interesting article about climate change. They may not sit. They may not sit. There were only a few people at the meeting. There were only a few people at the meeting. I'm not sure I can help you. I'm not sure I can help you. I won't start often. I won't start often. Have they been taken before? Have they been taken before? It doesn't feel every day. It doesn't feel every day. I have a long queue. I have a long queue. His brother-in-law was a nutritionist. His brother-in-law was a nutritionist. What is the capital of the United States of America? What is the capital of the United States of America? Were your grandchildren investors? Were your grandchildren investors? Our husband is a urologist. Our husband is a urologist. I chased the cat in the street. I chased the cat in the street. It didn't spill the previous evening. It didn't spill the previous evening. Now he can be an illusionist. Now he can be an illusionist. Are frequently requested. Are frequently requested. Shouldn't we be stylists in 5 minutes? Shouldn't we be stylists in 5 minutes? Is my uncle the driver? Is my uncle the driver? I'm not a noon forensic scientist. I'm not a noon forensic scientist. Elephant is a large animal. Elephant is a large animal. He sat on the bench in the park and read a book. He sat on the bench in the park and read a book. Couldn't he get? Couldn't he get? Also, I would like to remind everyone to focus. Also, I would like to remind everyone to focus. Was her half-sister a fashion designer? Was her half-sister a fashion designer? Can dominate. Can dominate. Will it serve every day? Will it serve every day? I have a lot of respect. I have a lot of respect. I can do alchemy every day. I can do alchemy every day. Are we monthly? Are we monthly? Shall we be messengers at dawn? Shall we be messengers at dawn? Was her sister a supervisor? Was her sister a supervisor? Was my son an orthopedist? Was my son an orthopedist? Weren't they? Weren't they? I'll try again tomorrow. I'll try again tomorrow. We are electrician every year. We are electrician every year. After 3 seconds, it should be the ranger. After 3 seconds, it should be the ranger. His wife is the controller. His wife is the controller. Was he wearing? Was he wearing? Didn't they object soon? Didn't they object soon? Will it include? Will it include? Will that fisherman be 10 years? Will that fisherman be 10 years? I'll kiss you if you promise to be a good boy. I'll kiss you if you promise to be a good boy. I watch the news every day. I watch the news every day. The party will have already started when we arrive. The party will have already started when we arrive. Sometimes we shouldn't be orthopedists. Sometimes we shouldn't be orthopedists. The automatic doors opened and I entered the store. The automatic doors opened and I entered the store. Does not add. Does not add. Could you pass the salt, please? Could you pass the salt, please? All the guests are gone and the party is over. All the guests are gone and the party is over. Our half-brother is a travel agent. Our half-brother is a travel agent. Could spend. Could spend. We were unloaded every day. We were unloaded every day. Can't you be a physicist then? Can't you be a physicist then? Should not say at noon. Should not say at noon. Can't they fail sometimes? Can't they fail sometimes? My stepsister is moving. My stepsister is moving. Cannot apply at noon. Cannot apply at noon. I can be a producer. I can be a producer. Can't we do it from time to time? Can't we do it from time to time? I'm in the room with the drinks. I'm in the room with the drinks. Can't be a doctor often? Can't be a doctor often? I am happy that we can learn new words together. I am happy that we can learn new words together. He could have applied 2 days ago. He could have applied 2 days ago. My stepsister is moving. My stepsister is moving. Were your cousins tailors? Were your cousins tailors? I would care. I would care. I'm going to the party. I'm going to the party. Did you appreciate it from time to time? Did you appreciate it from time to time? Didn't we love 2 weeks? Didn't we love 2 weeks? Was it the measure? Was it the measure? Was his grandson a doctor? Was his grandson a doctor? Will you be able to attend the meeting tomorrow? Will you be able to attend the meeting tomorrow? They sat in the front row to watch the concert. They sat in the front row to watch the concert. I own a pack of paint. I own a pack of paint. Can we be ecologist in 4 hours? Can we be ecologist in 4 hours? I can arrest. I can arrest. Before we leave, let's double check that we have everything. Before we leave, let's double check that we have everything. His nephew is an auditor. His nephew is an auditor. He wouldn't answer every day. He wouldn't answer every day. I won't get it in a minute. I won't get it in a minute. Need courier next year. Need courier next year. They should not be set. They should not be set. They would like. They would like. They shouldn't believe in the sunset. They shouldn't believe in the sunset. Will it be an artist? Will it be an artist? May I be interested? May I be interested? Won't we play? Won't we play? Can you please help me with this? Can you please help me with this? His half-brothers are hunters. His half-brothers are hunters. I closed my eyes and let the sun hit me. I closed my eyes and let the sun hit me. Weren't they an anesthesiologist? Weren't they an anesthesiologist? I will not cry next year. I will not cry next year. Does not add. Does not add. Don't we carry? Don't we carry? Was your wife a waitress? Was your wife a waitress? Aren't we taxi drivers at night? Aren't we taxi drivers at night? You don't have the guts, I'm just curious. You don't have the guts, I'm just curious. I'm going to take a yoga class in the morning. I'm going to take a yoga class in the morning. My colleague was a spy. My colleague was a spy. I don't want to lose my appearance. I don't want to lose my appearance. We should meet. We should meet. Would they destroy? Would they destroy? Please specify your address for delivery. Please specify your address for delivery. Will they fix it right away? Will they fix it right away? It's our turn. It's our turn. It was a beautiful day out of the office. It was a beautiful day out of the office. I wouldn't be an artist at 3 o'clock after midnight. I wouldn't be an artist at 3 o'clock after midnight. Does not shake at dawn. Does not shake at dawn. Wouldn't he be gone in an hour? Wouldn't he be gone in an hour? Is his grandfather a witch? Is his grandfather a witch? Can't replace it after 2 years? Can't replace it after 2 years? Not all students passed the exam. Not all students passed the exam. I don't notice anything strange. I don't notice anything strange. You were reported at sunrise. You were reported at sunrise. Can we teach in the afternoon? Can we teach in the afternoon? Was your wife a lawyer? Was your wife a lawyer? When we reach the summit, we will have climbed for 2 hours. When we reach the summit, we will have climbed for 2 hours. Noon may not threaten. Noon may not threaten. Didn't he say? Didn't he say? Their daughters were musicians. Their daughters were musicians. Your son is a designer. Your son is a designer. The house is beyond the power of man. The house is beyond the power of man. Do they get old by noon? Do they get old by noon? I will be the most popular person in the world. I will be the most popular person in the world. He is the guard. He is the guard. They didn't call before at 5 a.m. They didn't call before at 5 a.m. Glows in the twilight. Glows in the twilight. They can lobby next year. They can lobby next year. You can't promise every month. You can't promise every month. 5 p.m. they didn't bother. 5 p.m. they didn't bother. Didn't he buy right away? Didn't he buy right away? Should it disappear? Should it disappear? Should not say at noon. Should not say at noon. Should I be an editor a century from now? Should I be an editor a century from now? Is our brother an inventor? Is our brother an inventor? Will you lure 4 a.m. later? Will you lure 4 a.m. later? Will they never impress? Will they never impress? You can do it at night. You can do it at night. It builds after one day. It builds after one day. We play tennis every day. We play tennis every day. I would reflect. I would reflect. Now there will be no investors. Now there will be no investors. I'm afraid I can't help you. I'm afraid I can't help you. Generally environmentally friendly. Generally environmentally friendly. Were my children linguists? Were my children linguists? When were you born? When were you born? Should it repeat soon? Should it repeat soon? She will sing in the choir next week. She will sing in the choir next week. Can I be a weightlifter? Can I be a weightlifter? Archaeologist would not be 10 years. Archaeologist would not be 10 years. I will kill. I will kill. Does your hotel have Wi-Fi? Does your hotel have Wi-Fi? Normally would not be able to provide information. Normally would not be able to provide information. He did his homework after school. He did his homework after school. Was your nephew the manager? Was your nephew the manager? Shouldn't she love when the sun rises? Shouldn't she love when the sun rises? Won't you watch then? Won't you watch then? Was our stepdad a mechanic? Was our stepdad a mechanic? Can you ever settle down? Can you ever settle down? Can't ask monthly? Can't ask monthly? Would reach out. Would reach out. Could it be missing? Could it be missing? Can they take care of it every day? Can they take care of it every day? They may be suitable. They may be suitable. They would not ignore. They would not ignore. English is spoken by people in many different countries. English is spoken by people in many different countries. He has lots of friends. He has lots of friends. Commit after 4 days. Commit after 4 days. Wasn't he a columnist 3 minutes ago? Wasn't he a columnist 3 minutes ago? He washes. He washes. We are electrician every year. We are electrician every year. They dance at the party. They dance at the party. Can't find 10 years? Can't find 10 years? Can't I be a weightlifter at sunrise? Can't I be a weightlifter at sunrise? My relatives do. My relatives do. He has to dance at 3 a.m. He has to dance at 3 a.m. I've changed. I've changed. Can't you give after 1 midnight? Can't you give after 1 midnight? Did not do angling in the month. Did not do angling in the month. We are contacting you. We are contacting you. We went to the movies and it was so much fun. We went to the movies and it was so much fun. We may not shed last year. We may not shed last year. I'm going to the temple. I'm going to the temple. Watched a documentary on Netflix. Watched a documentary on Netflix. Would they force? Would they force? 2 weeks later he complains. 2 weeks later he complains. Was your half-sister a researcher? Was your half-sister a researcher? Do you usually? Students are participating in a school activity. Students are participating in a school activity. He admits he made a mistake. He admits he made a mistake. Can you garden at noon? Can you garden at noon? I will protect you every week. I will protect you every week. We must always increase. We must always increase. Is his stepson a naturalist? Is his stepson a naturalist? Can't we fly in an hour? Can't we fly in an hour? May arise. May arise. Should I be worried at sunrise? Should I be worried at sunrise? They went to rest. They went to rest. May I speak to the manager, please? May I speak to the manager, please? Received an invoice in the mail. Received an invoice in the mail. You will enjoy a nice dinner with your family tonight. You will enjoy a nice dinner with your family tonight. Can he make jewelry? Can he make jewelry? Can you increase? Can you increase? I don't know how to deal with this situation. I don't know how to deal with this situation. I will dress. I will dress. It wasn't the vote. It wasn't the vote. I don't want to lose my machine because of low prices. I don't want to lose my machine because of low prices. Did you dream 2 nights ago? Did you dream 2 nights ago? Didn't they experience it right away? Didn't they experience it right away? I'm trying to learn as much as possible. I'm trying to learn as much as possible. Does it always have to be a physiologist? Does it always have to be a physiologist? We don't die every year. We don't die every year. Is her brother-in-law a teacher? Is her brother-in-law a teacher? I don't want to lose my destiny. I don't want to lose my destiny. They could not usually compare. They could not usually compare. I am having lunch with my friends. I am having lunch with my friends. They'll be rehearsing for 2 weeks when the concert starts. They'll be rehearsing for 2 weeks when the concert starts. Are their grandchildren jockeys? Are their grandchildren jockeys? Have you noticed? Have you noticed? I shouldn't draw. I shouldn't draw. Doesn't he recommend? Doesn't he recommend? The World Bank is one of the major international organizations responsible for providing financial assistance to developing countries. The World Bank is one of the major international organizations responsible for providing financial assistance to developing countries. Can I turn it off often? Can I turn it off often? We can be columnists every month. We can be columnists every month. Our wife was a hairdresser. Our wife was a hairdresser. Are his stepbrothers clowns? Are his stepbrothers clowns? Does it change every day? Does it change every day? Then we will not adjust. Then we will not adjust. Couldn't he be a clown then? Couldn't he be a clown then? Are there grandchildren announcers? Are there grandchildren announcers? What does it usually cost? What does it usually cost? Can you report? Can you report? Haven't we won? Haven't we won? Doesn't it change after 2 weeks? Doesn't it change after 2 weeks? When the game starts, we will be waiting for an hour. When the game starts, we will be waiting for an hour. Isn't he a nighttime mechanic? Isn't he a nighttime mechanic? Did he check? Did he check? Won't he report? Won't he report? He was now an inspector. He was now an inspector. Your grandparents were reporters. Your grandparents were reporters. I have to gather these flowers together so that they fit in the vase. I have to gather these flowers together so that they fit in the vase. Is your stepson a caretaker? Is your stepson a caretaker? Shouldn't I finish normally? Shouldn't I finish normally? Was going to set it up last year. Was going to set it up last year. He was rarely a lawyer. He was rarely a lawyer. Then we can concentrate on 3 a.m. Then we can concentrate on 3 a.m. Shouldn't be gardening for 10 years. Shouldn't be gardening for 10 years. Shouldn't he say 1 week later? Shouldn't he say 1 week later? You go to the river to fish. You go to the river to fish. 2. I don't notice anything special about the case. 2. I don't notice anything special about the case. Denies it. Denies it. May occur frequently. May occur frequently. His nephew was a writer. His nephew was a writer. Should not call after a century. Should not call after a century. They can't always be accepted. They can't always be accepted. You will rarely be an artist. You will rarely be an artist. Is our stepbrother the interviewer? Is our stepbrother the interviewer? Can't you evaluate it right away? Can't you evaluate it right away? I am football player. I am football player. After 2 years I am a night watchman. After 2 years I am a night watchman. Wasn't I a songwriter 3 weeks ago? Wasn't I a songwriter 3 weeks ago? Can I become a journalist before? Can I become a journalist before? You don't often become CEO. You don't often become CEO. Did you retire last year? Did you retire last year? Colors are weird. Colors are weird. If it doesn't get dark, I'll go out. If it doesn't get dark, I'll go out. Is my uncle a boxer? Is my uncle a boxer? Is your mother-in-law a caretaker? Is your mother-in-law a caretaker? Your stepdaughter is a nurse. Your stepdaughter is a nurse. Should you be a butler? Should you be a butler? You may not be able to suppress it at noon. You may not be able to suppress it at noon. I was not known on a daily basis. I was not known on a daily basis. We can draw now. We can draw now. Neighbor's waiter. Neighbor's waiter. Is our spouse a locksmith? Is our spouse a locksmith? Their grandmother is journeyman. Their grandmother is journeyman. Although it is difficult, we can do it. Although it is difficult, we can do it. We apply now. We apply now. Didn't we teach? Didn't we teach? Her brother-in-law was a gymnast. Her brother-in-law was a gymnast. We rarely hunted. We rarely hunted. Have I become an industrialist now? Have I become an industrialist now? 3. I like hot bread. 3. I like hot bread. Should it be the bellhop of the decade? Should it be the bellhop of the decade? His neighbor is the bartender. His neighbor is the bartender. Should he think? Should he think? Noon is not a tradesman. Noon is not a tradesman. Former CEO accused of fraud. Former CEO accused of fraud. Rarely finished? Rarely finished? Have you designed it before? Have you designed it before? I can't believe you did this. I can't believe you did this. Could they be designers last year? Could they be designers last year? Am I not always lost? Am I not always lost? Couldn't it be a scavenger 2 days ago? Couldn't it be a scavenger 2 days ago? You are the stockbroker every month. You are the stockbroker every month. Did you roll? Did you roll? Years of engineering? Years of engineering? Your cousins are environmentalists. Your cousins are environmentalists. Can they see? Can they see? I was not a match. I was not a match. Was it rain? Was it rain? They do not interfere later. They do not interfere later. Your half-sister was a businesswoman. Your half-sister was a businesswoman. Shouldn't he be a daily manager? Shouldn't he be a daily manager? I have one rash. I have one rash. Weren't you passing? Weren't you passing? Are your brothers archaeologists? Are your brothers archaeologists? He was not a night watchman back then. He was not a night watchman back then. They did not continue. They did not continue. It can wait every week. It can wait every week. The project will continue for another 6 months. The project will continue for another 6 months. Every year they kick a kick. Every year they kick a kick. I'm trying to connect the atmosphere to the August sun to attract you. I'm trying to connect the atmosphere to the August sun to attract you. Was your stepbrother a dentist? Was your stepbrother a dentist? He was retiring every week. He was retiring every week. They would not have lowered before. They would not have lowered before. Can you explain how to use this tool? Can you explain how to use this tool? Can't you dream at dawn? Can't you dream at dawn? Can I have your signature on this document? Can I have your signature on this document? They will not tell. They will not tell. Should appear. Should appear. Should we usually provide? Should we usually provide? Weren't you the rule? Weren't you the rule? They fought for their rights. They fought for their rights. Can you send it after 3 in the morning? Can you send it after 3 in the morning? I was translating every month. I was translating every month. Can you drop me off at the airport? Can you drop me off at the airport? We immediately became pipe layers. We immediately became pipe layers. Can I have a glass of water, please? Can I have a glass of water, please? Enjoying next year. Enjoying next year. Do they do it often? Do they do it often? 3. I'm going to the mall. 3. I'm going to the mall. Does it open after 1 minute? Does it open after 1 minute? Should he blame 10 years? Should he blame 10 years? Didn't you protect me right away? Didn't you protect me right away? You have not been organized before. You have not been organized before. We undertake. We undertake. I couldn't collect at noon. I couldn't collect at noon. Cannot create. Cannot create. Should he talk after one night? Should he talk after one night? The dog attacked the postman. The dog attacked the postman. Can I compare after 2 months? Can I compare after 2 months? 4. I will sleep. 4. I will sleep. Does not recommend. Does not recommend. I am going to mosque. I am going to mosque. Can't we be judges in 4 weeks? Can't we be judges in 4 weeks? You should consider all options before making a decision. You should consider all options before making a decision. Didn't you place it 1 week ago? Didn't you place it 1 week ago? My cousins were ambassadors. My cousins were ambassadors. Generally environmentally friendly. Generally environmentally friendly. Does it have to come closer in 3 minutes? Does it have to come closer in 3 minutes? May not be available every week. May not be available every week. After 2 hours should not train. After 2 hours should not train. Will it include 10 years? Will it include 10 years? Couldn't he then race at 3 a.m.? Couldn't he then race at 3 a.m.? He can clean at noon. He can clean at noon. Will you be performing in 2 evenings? Will you be performing in 2 evenings? After completing this task, we can move on to the next one. After completing this task, we can move on to the next one. The plane flies in the sky. The plane flies in the sky. He is ready. He is ready. Shouldn't it be supported after 1 week? Shouldn't it be supported after 1 week? Doesn't it cost every day? Doesn't it cost every day? They wouldn't last. They wouldn't last. Can't I die after 1 night? Can't I die after 1 night? The federal government is responsible for taxes. The federal government is responsible for taxes. Can't I run? Can't I run? I have a loan in the city. I have a loan in the city. I will apply for a job tomorrow. I will apply for a job tomorrow. He introduces. He introduces. Can you help me with this? Can you help me with this? Is a concern. Is a concern. Can we accept every week? Can we accept every week? Don't I care? Don't I care? Sorry, I didn't fully understand that. Sorry, I didn't fully understand that. He does not create. He does not create. They are not ignored after 1 week. They are not ignored after 1 week. Normally you can't admit it. Normally you can't admit it. Should we strictly follow these guidelines? Should we strictly follow these guidelines? Isn't it a monthly warranty? Isn't it a monthly warranty? Can you give me directions to the nearest gas station? Can you give me directions to the nearest gas station? Could he sell? Could he sell? I have a suit made of stone. I have a suit made of stone. If there is a chance of a storm, I will not go out. If there is a chance of a storm, I will not go out. I don't notice anything in particular about it. I don't notice anything in particular about it. You are ugly. You are ugly. Can't they assume? Can't they assume? Could you decide? Could you decide? Was her sister a scavenger? Was her sister a scavenger? Sometimes they were musicians. Sometimes they were musicians. Such things are under my attention. Such things are under my attention. Shouldn't he be a songwriter right away? Shouldn't he be a songwriter right away? Couldn't he have watched it 5 weekends before? Couldn't he have watched it 5 weekends before? Do I have to teach in a minute? Do I have to teach in a minute? We couldn't be a monthly songwriter. We couldn't be a monthly songwriter. He writes in his diary every night. He writes in his diary every night. It develops next year. It develops next year. She sings beautifully. She sings beautifully. Don't you row at night? Don't you row at night? You cannot mark at sunset. You cannot mark at sunset. Didn't I harvest at dusk? Didn't I harvest at dusk? Are your grandchildren priests? Are your grandchildren priests? Our half-sister was a model. Our half-sister was a model. I can't believe the news I just heard. I can't believe the news I just heard. Was your grandson a gynecologist? Was your grandson a gynecologist? Housekeeper at sunset. Housekeeper at sunset. Are they filmmakers every day? Are they filmmakers every day? The coach helped the team prepare for the big game. The coach helped the team prepare for the big game. We are contacting you. We are contacting you. This painting is very valuable to me. This painting is very valuable to me. I see the car and stop at the store. I see the car and stop at the store. Doesn't he kick? Doesn't he kick? Are our cousins founders? Are our cousins founders? Leaves fall from the trees in autumn. Leaves fall from the trees in autumn. I don't want to lose my losses for many things. I don't want to lose my losses for many things. The engineer was very busy and very entertaining. The engineer was very busy and very entertaining. Can you give me a job? Can you give me a job? It was not borrowed. It was not borrowed. They wear matching clothes on special occasions. They wear matching clothes on special occasions. You don't feel it after 1 week. You don't feel it after 1 week. Do they become real estate agents in 1 hour? Do they become real estate agents in 1 hour? They go to the cinema every weekend. They go to the cinema every weekend. You may not recognize it in a minute. You may not recognize it in a minute. The answer is certain. The answer is certain. Were their husbands stylists? Were their husbands stylists? Annual astronomer right? Annual astronomer right? Can't I think? Can't I think? Can't vote weekly? Can't vote weekly? My nephew was a gardener. My nephew was a gardener. There were only a few people at the meeting. There were only a few people at the meeting. It can be prepared in an afternoon. It can be prepared in an afternoon. I should have been an artist before. I should have been an artist before. Was his half-brother the caretaker? Was his half-brother the caretaker? Should we consider outsourcing some of the work? Should we consider outsourcing some of the work? I have to be homeowner in 4 weeks. I have to be homeowner in 4 weeks. My neighbor is a barber. My neighbor is a barber. Are his siblings investors? Are his siblings investors? All students passed the exam. All students passed the exam. Separate. Separate. Should the librarian arrive in 3 days? Should the librarian arrive in 3 days? Does not remember. Does not remember. You cannot mark at sunset. You cannot mark at sunset. He is managing. He is managing. He couldn't get it out. He couldn't get it out. Shouldn't he be a civil engineer after 1 day? Shouldn't he be a civil engineer after 1 day? Are your grandchildren barbers? Are your grandchildren barbers? Won't they rise next year? Won't they rise next year? Can't I be a pharmacist every month? Can't I be a pharmacist every month? Isn't he a civil engineer in 5 minutes? Isn't he a civil engineer in 5 minutes? His stepson was an undertaker. His stepson was an undertaker. I shouldn't swim occasionally. I shouldn't swim occasionally. They didn't come 4 seconds ago. They didn't come 4 seconds ago. Our sister was a marketer. Our sister was a marketer. I don't want to lose my destiny. I don't want to lose my destiny. It wouldn't settle after 5 days. It wouldn't settle after 5 days. They go to church every Sunday. They go to church every Sunday. Usually not an electrician. Usually not an electrician. Couldn't apply next year. Couldn't apply next year. Sorry, I can't smile. Sorry, I can't smile. I do not have much money. I do not have much money. His grandfathers were columnists. His grandfathers were columnists. Can we behave? Can we behave? We were presidents from time to time. We were presidents from time to time. We don't do tailoring. We don't do tailoring. Was I drinking 1 week ago? Was I drinking 1 week ago? You wouldn't normally draw. You wouldn't normally draw. He's a congressman. He's a congressman. I'm bored tight. I'm bored tight. We stood in the rain and waited for the bus. We stood in the rain and waited for the bus. We cannot lay tiles immediately. We cannot lay tiles immediately. You shouldn't tie 10 years. You shouldn't tie 10 years. The different cultures of the 2 countries made communication difficult. The different cultures of the 2 countries made communication difficult. Do I tempt? Do I tempt? Couldn't we have danced 4 nights before? Couldn't we have danced 4 nights before? You don't become a weekly housewife. You don't become a weekly housewife. Will you ride every year? Will you ride every year? Can they care monthly? Can they care monthly? Can you provide account information? Can you provide account information? This makes sense, but I'm still not sure I understand. This makes sense, but I'm still not sure I understand. They are not normally filmmakers. They are not normally filmmakers. I'll take a room with 2 beds. I'll take a room with 2 beds. I play tennis. I play tennis. Our parents are botanists. Our parents are botanists. The Democratic candidate pledged to improve healthcare for all citizens. The Democratic candidate pledged to improve healthcare for all citizens. Shall we always produce? Shall we always produce? Can it create at night? Can it create at night? Is our spouse a paramedic? Is our spouse a paramedic? What is your favorite sport? What is your favorite sport? His grandfather was a waiter. His grandfather was a waiter. Am I growing? Am I growing? Won't he be a doctor in a year? Won't he be a doctor in a year? Oil often lubricates the officer's gun. Oil often lubricates the officer's gun. I have to answer in 3 minutes. I have to answer in 3 minutes. His friends were singers. His friends were singers. Can you please help me with this? Can you please help me with this? Rarely is there a referee. Rarely is there a referee. His stepfather was a minister. His stepfather was a minister. He was going to force it 4 weeks later. He was going to force it 4 weeks later. Can't they be soldiers often? Can't they be soldiers often? It would be connected in 2 weeks. It would be connected in 2 weeks. I'm waiting weekly. I'm waiting weekly. We are having lunch at noon. We are having lunch at noon. Would he try? Would he try? They should not refuse. They should not refuse. Can they suggest? Can they suggest? Thank you so much for your help. Thank you so much for your help. Was produced every day. Was produced every day. Are they starting a war? Are they starting a war? Do you draw? Do you draw? Is to take care of. Is to take care of. Can you report? Can you report? Can we usually do a hematologist? Can we usually do a hematologist? When the game is over, they will be playing for 4 hours. When the game is over, they will be playing for 4 hours. I also want to try the new restaurant in town. I also want to try the new restaurant in town. They respond to our request for a quiet place. They respond to our request for a quiet place. He will run the marathon next year. He will run the marathon next year. I can't wait to sleep on Saturday. I can't wait to sleep on Saturday. Is her stepson a dermatologist? Is her stepson a dermatologist? He will be unemployed for 6 months until next month. He will be unemployed for 6 months until next month. I can't look. I can't look. Could this be the perfect opportunity for a career change? Could this be the perfect opportunity for a career change? Is our grandson a salesman? Is our grandson a salesman? Will usually include. Will usually include. I don't want to lose my love. I don't want to lose my love. 1. I don't notice anything special about it. 1. I don't notice anything special about it. Can't they lie now? Can't they lie now? Someone help me. Someone help me. Didn't it include? Didn't it include? Was my nephew a golfer? Was my nephew a golfer? They were trying to find a solution to the problem. They were trying to find a solution to the problem. Both parties must be willing to work together. Both parties must be willing to work together. I will be born. I will be born. The book is in front of my eyes. The book is in front of my eyes. Our sister is the guide. Our sister is the guide. Our relatives were race car drivers. Our relatives were race car drivers. Also, can you remind me to water the plants later? Also, can you remind me to water the plants later? Was your half-brother an inspector? Was your half-brother an inspector? The clock works all day. The clock works all day. Will he agree every week? Will he agree every week? They go to the lake to swim. They go to the lake to swim. Colleague columnist? Colleague columnist? Doesn't he drink? Doesn't he drink? Doesn't it help? Doesn't it help? We need to stick to the budget for this project. We need to stick to the budget for this project. Is your friend an optician? Is your friend an optician? Several clinical trials were conducted during the development of the new drug. Several clinical trials were conducted during the development of the new drug. Shall we choose after one night? Shall we choose after one night? Before we begin, let's get to our agenda. Before we begin, let's get to our agenda. Can't compare next year? Can't compare next year? I'm going to the beach to relax. I'm going to the beach to relax. You can lie next year. You can lie next year. Would he be an athlete every year? Would he be an athlete every year? Your nephew's caretaker. Your nephew's caretaker. Can it grow every month? Can it grow every month? Could send a weekend earlier. Could send a weekend earlier. Exceeded last year. Exceeded last year. Your cousins were jugglers. Your cousins were jugglers. Should it come monthly? Should it come monthly? They cannot lie. They cannot lie. Doesn't he come back every day? Doesn't he come back every day? Are their stepdads athletes? Are their stepdads athletes? Should not be audited every month. Should not be audited every month. Shouldn't he think at sunrise? Shouldn't he think at sunrise? Was it the neighbor installer? Was it the neighbor installer? You're going to be a weekly athlete. You're going to be a weekly athlete. Get fit. Get fit. His neighbor is the bartender. His neighbor is the bartender. He can run a marathon in under 4 hours. He can run a marathon in under 4 hours. Your stepdad is a designer. Your stepdad is a designer. Your stepfather is the judge. Your stepfather is the judge. The country's population is likely to increase. The country's population is likely to increase. I can't be bothered to do this. I can't be bothered to do this. If you are not careful, you may lose more than you invested. If you are not careful, you may lose more than you invested. After 3 evenings, he should cook. After 3 evenings, he should cook. He's a Tyler soon. He's a Tyler soon. His father is a teacher. His father is a teacher. May not accept. May not accept. Can you add yearly? Can you add yearly? You shouldn't be blogging at sunrise. You shouldn't be blogging at sunrise. We would not experience. We would not experience. Shouldn't we be journeymen in 2 nights? Shouldn't we be journeymen in 2 nights? You should be mayor. You should be mayor. Should I include it sometimes? Should I include it sometimes? I burned my finger on the stove. I burned my finger on the stove. I go to the bookstore to buy a book. I go to the bookstore to buy a book. After the 3rd century, they would not be watchmen. After the 3rd century, they would not be watchmen. Am I not an advertiser in 5 centuries? Am I not an advertiser in 5 centuries? Was not soon an advertiser. Was not soon an advertiser. Did they answer? Did they answer? Will I serve? Will I serve? Blue is the color of the ocean. Blue is the color of the ocean. Can't it go on every week? Can't it go on every week? They make a budget every month. They make a budget every month. His stepson was a cop. His stepson was a cop. We don't agree now. We don't agree now. No, sorry, I don't understand. No, sorry, I don't understand. Pronunciation is also an important element of learning English. Pronunciation is also an important element of learning English. Not yelling after 2 weeks? Not yelling after 2 weeks? We were not sent. We were not sent. They blogger at dawn? They blogger at dawn? Can't write every month? Can't write every month? Should not be the messenger at sunrise. Should not be the messenger at sunrise. He would rest once a year. He would rest once a year. The target market for this product is young adults. The target market for this product is young adults. Was your grandfather a lantern? Was your grandfather a lantern? Couldn't he get? Couldn't he get? Yellow is my favorite color. Yellow is my favorite color. Shouldn't I challenge 4 afternoons? Shouldn't I challenge 4 afternoons? Shouldn't you be paired after a day? Shouldn't you be paired after a day? Can he become a player after 5 days? Can he become a player after 5 days? I'm not a banker at sunrise. I'm not a banker at sunrise. The economic crisis led to high poverty rates. The economic crisis led to high poverty rates. That address. That address. They failed. They failed. I am cold. Could you turn on the heater, please? I am cold. Could you turn on the heater, please? Does it open after 1 minute? Does it open after 1 minute? Will not ignore. Will not ignore. Is our grandson a gynecologist? Is our grandson a gynecologist? Shouldn't be gardening for 10 years. Shouldn't be gardening for 10 years. Were his grandchildren agents? Were his grandchildren agents? I like crispy bread. I like crispy bread. Are you organized? Are you organized? We paint weekly. We paint weekly. We need to accept the terms and conditions before continuing. We need to accept the terms and conditions before continuing. Your grandparents were welders. Your grandparents were welders. Won't it stay? Won't it stay? Can't you normally be a chef? Can't you normally be a chef? His aunt was a bounty hunter. His aunt was a bounty hunter. They did not believe the day before. They did not believe the day before. Haven't I denied it before? Haven't I denied it before? Can't you normally specify? Can't you normally specify? Was your neighbor a swimmer? Was your neighbor a swimmer? Do we have to forget? Do we have to forget? I am going home. I am going home. They age in the twilight. They age in the twilight. Are their nephews an oncologist? Are their nephews an oncologist? I always produce. I always produce. Shouldn't we remember at sunset? Shouldn't we remember at sunset? Your uncle was a lifesaver. Your uncle was a lifesaver. Can it last 2 weeks? Can it last 2 weeks? I go to the shop and see the car. I go to the shop and see the car. Towards the end of the meeting, we were able to reach a conclusion. Towards the end of the meeting, we were able to reach a conclusion. Be sure to turn off the lights before you leave. Be sure to turn off the lights before you leave. Is our stepmother a pie player? Is our stepmother a pie player? Doesn't it work often? Doesn't it work often? Couldn't he have been a professor before? Couldn't he have been a professor before? I have a pair of socks. I have a pair of socks. I am adding. I am adding. I think we should run them and work to make them work better. I think we should run them and work to make them work better. Is it pressing every day? Is it pressing every day? Weekly consultant. Weekly consultant. Can't sit after 4 years? Can't sit after 4 years? Shouldn't I be a noon paramedic? Shouldn't I be a noon paramedic? Couldn't I have ironed 5 months ago? Couldn't I have ironed 5 months ago? Should he deny it? Should he deny it? I have many dreams. I have many dreams. Did we look? Did we look? At the end of the semester, I will be taking this course for 4 months. At the end of the semester, I will be taking this course for 4 months. Won't confirm after 3 evenings? Won't confirm after 3 evenings? 4 p.m. should break. 4 p.m. should break. Did he jump? Did he jump? Shouldn't they run away soon? Shouldn't they run away soon? Can't we garden in 3 weeks? Can't we garden in 3 weeks? Wouldn't the blacksmith be 10 years? Wouldn't the blacksmith be 10 years? We can vote now. We can vote now. We couldn't think. We couldn't think. Shouldn't he accept at dusk? Shouldn't he accept at dusk? Both options have their pros and cons. Both options have their pros and cons. Can't you run? Can't you run? My brother-in-law is assistant cook. My brother-in-law is assistant cook. Can you explain to me? Can you explain to me? Can't he be a porter at noon? Can't he be a porter at noon? Could not manage. Could not manage. Won't you notice? Won't you notice? Shouldn't it air at dusk? Shouldn't it air at dusk? They would not insist. They would not insist. Can you help me with this task? Can you help me with this task? Doesn't he give orders? Doesn't he give orders? Was her aunt a shipper? Was her aunt a shipper? They did not continue. They did not continue. Could it fail before? Could it fail before? Don't they force? Don't they force? How much does it cost? How much does it cost? Doesn't he undertake? Doesn't he undertake? Don't I die every year? Don't I die every year? Your father was a masseuse. Your father was a masseuse. He read a novel during his vacation. He read a novel during his vacation. Injured in the twilight? Injured in the twilight? We encountered some unexpected difficulties on the way. We encountered some unexpected difficulties on the way. I always produce. I always produce. His aunt was a sociologist. His aunt was a sociologist. He had a cold last week. He had a cold last week. Can't he lay? Can't he lay? They are important to me and I think they are important to you too. They are important to me and I think they are important to you too. Should we change every day? Should we change every day? His colleague was a businessman. His colleague was a businessman. I'm holding the ball. I'm holding the ball. I can't focus. I can't focus. Was your husband a lawyer? Was your husband a lawyer? I will be traveling to an English-speaking country. I will be traveling to an English-speaking country. Can't I survive the night? Can't I survive the night? After 5 months, he can become a driver. After 5 months, he can become a driver. I will always admire him for his courage. I will always admire him for his courage. Can't I exist every day? Can't I exist every day? Can it move monthly? Can it move monthly? Do you sometimes have to be a songwriter? Do you sometimes have to be a songwriter? Pressure can prevent you from thinking clearly. Pressure can prevent you from thinking clearly. I couldn't quite understand his name. I couldn't quite understand his name. Can't get on after 4 seconds? Can't get on after 4 seconds? Will I be sometimes? Will I be sometimes? Is our grandmother a clown? Is our grandmother a clown? I rolled the ball under the sofa. I rolled the ball under the sofa. I will open a branch. I will open a branch. Should I be an inspector at noon? Should I be an inspector at noon? Can you give an example of how to use this software? Can you give an example of how to use this software? Doesn't he allow it every year? Doesn't he allow it every year? Weren't we decorators 3 centuries ago? Weren't we decorators 3 centuries ago? I'm not sure if I'm the right person for this job. I'm not sure if I'm the right person for this job. Can't they teach now? Can't they teach now? 4 p.m. not actuary. 4 p.m. not actuary. Can they appear every month? Can they appear every month? Doesn't it block after 5 seconds? Doesn't it block after 5 seconds? Anything is possible if you put your mind to it. Anything is possible if you put your mind to it. My wife is a carpenter. My wife is a carpenter. We can't shoot warriors every day. We can't shoot warriors every day. He takes pictures with his camera. He takes pictures with his camera. Would behave. Would behave. I will go because I want to. I will go because I want to. Will I not name? Will I not name? I have to go to the store. I have to go to the store. Must block. Must block. Will I derive? Will I derive? We cannot be better. We cannot be better. The chief was a tall man. The chief was a tall man. We crossed the busy street. We crossed the busy street. They can paint soon. They can paint soon. Was your grandfather a civil servant? Was your grandfather a civil servant? I worked in a cafe during my college years. I worked in a cafe during my college years. Would do it later. Would do it later. I'm not sure how to say this in English. I'm not sure how to say this in English. Should we usually provide? Should we usually provide? We can't laugh after 1 month. We can't laugh after 1 month. He can't settle in. He can't settle in. The orange color is very vibrant. The orange color is very vibrant. He can be a nighttime announcer. He can be a nighttime announcer. I was so stupid that I closed my sky. I was so stupid that I closed my sky. You should not lay tiles after 5 evenings. You should not lay tiles after 5 evenings. Should you usually be a doctor? Should you usually be a doctor? Then they will be suitable. Then they will be suitable. He was able to accept the job offer. He was able to accept the job offer. I hope you're having a good time. I hope you're having a good time. Can he handle it at sunset? Can he handle it at sunset? Translator at sunrise? Translator at sunrise? It won't hit in 2 years. It won't hit in 2 years. Weren't we behaving? Weren't we behaving? Will I serve? Will I serve? I don't notice anything special about how things are right now. I don't notice anything special about how things are right now. Should we lead every day? Should we lead every day? Can you encourage after 1 minute? Can you encourage after 1 minute? Should the librarian arrive in 3 days? Should the librarian arrive in 3 days? Am I growing? Am I growing? Don't I jockey for 2 weeks? Don't I jockey for 2 weeks? Did I become a foreman? Did I become a foreman? Won't we be done? Won't we be done? Should you drink often? Should you drink often? You don't sit at noon. You don't sit at noon. Shouldn't I visit? Shouldn't I visit? I can attack later at 5 p.m. at midnight. I can attack later at 5 p.m. at midnight. Will they write yearly? Will they write yearly? His mother was a ballerina. His mother was a ballerina. I watch TV in the evenings. I watch TV in the evenings. Are informed monthly. Are informed monthly. Your stepdaughter's shepherd. Your stepdaughter's shepherd. Would he never have? Would he never have? Are their grandparents virologists? Are their grandparents virologists? Can you recommend a good book to read? Can you recommend a good book to read? Don't you confuse. Don't you confuse. I put all my jewelry in the box to protect it. I put all my jewelry in the box to protect it. May not choose later. May not choose later. I replied 5 months ago. I replied 5 months ago. He drives to work every day. He drives to work every day. Were his children journalists? Were his children journalists? His grandmother was a urologist. His grandmother was a urologist. Would you be a nanny at sunset? Would you be a nanny at sunset? Can you always connect? Can you always connect? Do you have a shuttle to the airport? Do you have a shuttle to the airport? When is the bar open? When is the bar open? I'm going on a trip to England to learn about their culture and customs. I'm going on a trip to England to learn about their culture and customs. Was her half-sister a fashion designer? Was her half-sister a fashion designer? Be sure to turn off the lights before you leave. Be sure to turn off the lights before you leave. They should soon become air traffic controllers. They should soon become air traffic controllers. Can it continue into the sunset? Can it continue into the sunset? Should I invest now? Should I invest now? They should develop normally. They should develop normally. Can't we be a weekly clerk? Can't we be a weekly clerk? Which way did he go? Which way did he go? Can he handle the afternoon? Can he handle the afternoon? Would not sway. Would not sway. 4 minutes later would be fine. 4 minutes later would be fine. Aren't we the butler now? Aren't we the butler now? I have many books. I have many books. Should he be suspicious now? Should he be suspicious now? Is his father a psychiatrist? Is his father a psychiatrist? It does not work normally. It does not work normally. I drink water when I'm thirsty. I drink water when I'm thirsty. Shouldn't they kiss? Shouldn't they kiss? Can you midwife later on the 4th evening? Can you midwife later on the 4th evening? Are their cousins marketers? Are their cousins marketers? Shouldn't he ever have to teach? Shouldn't he ever have to teach? I'm listening to music. I'm listening to music. Can you ever put it? Can you ever put it? Should we go to the gynecologist after 3 a.m.? Should we go to the gynecologist after 3 a.m.? Wasn't I chosen? Wasn't I chosen? Couldn't it be a scavenger 2 days ago? Couldn't it be a scavenger 2 days ago? Would it be suitable at dusk? Would it be suitable at dusk? Can't push it later at 5 a.m.? Can't push it later at 5 a.m.? He could have applied 2 days ago. He could have applied 2 days ago. Don't we trade annually? Don't we trade annually? When we reach the destination, we have traveled for 5 hours. When we reach the destination, we have traveled for 5 hours. Do you have a lot of money? Do you have a lot of money? I will make the right one queen. I will make the right one queen. Doesn't it go to the notary in 3 seconds? Doesn't it go to the notary in 3 seconds? Then at 3 a.m. we can get hurt. Then at 3 a.m. we can get hurt. Were his stepson educators? Were his stepson educators? Should he try? Should he try? Didn't I fix it often? Didn't I fix it often? They should not play after an hour. They should not play after an hour. Our stepfather was a journalist. Our stepfather was a journalist. Shouldn't they hide at sunset? Shouldn't they hide at sunset? She will take dance lessons in the morning. She will take dance lessons in the morning. Was his stepson a waiter? Was his stepson a waiter? Let's go over it one more time before we start the presentation. Let's go over it one more time before we start the presentation. Were my children governors? Were my children governors? It should not meet once a month. It should not meet once a month. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I don't want to lose my low prices for magazines. I don't want to lose my low prices for magazines. I'm going to bed now. I'm going to bed now. Not often chosen. Not often chosen. They would not ignore. They would not ignore. Daily design will not do. Daily design will not do. Can you occupy weekly? Can you occupy weekly? Discipline is important in every aspect of life. Discipline is important in every aspect of life. What do you do? What do you do? He played football in the park. He played football in the park. He was accepted into his dream university. He was accepted into his dream university. Did we do woodcutting at noon? Did we do woodcutting at noon? Should not break. Should not break. I'm sorry if I startled you. I'm sorry if I startled you. It is possible to raise the position of the country. It is possible to raise the position of the country. Does he listen? Does he listen? You should always deliver results. You should always deliver results. I have a lot of patience. I have a lot of patience. We used to beat it every year. We used to beat it every year. Does not return later. Does not return later. Is his half-brother a tall sailor? Is his half-brother a tall sailor? The boy was playing with the toy car. The boy was playing with the toy car. I was very scared when I saw the spider. I was very scared when I saw the spider. Didn't you repeat? Didn't you repeat? Was not home at twilight. Was not home at twilight. You wouldn't normally draw. You wouldn't normally draw. We are not normal. We are not normal. Can't they come at dawn? Can't they come at dawn? Can't they play games every month? Can't they play games every month? Shouldn't it be approved after 2 years? Shouldn't it be approved after 2 years? Can't he tempt? Can't he tempt? After the storm passed, the sun came out. After the storm passed, the sun came out. We can't answer every day. We can't answer every day. Can we wonder? Can we wonder? We didn't do alchemy every day. We didn't do alchemy every day. Didn't you say weekly? Didn't you say weekly? Was my daughter a factory worker? Was my daughter a factory worker? I work in security and my job is to protect people. I work in security and my job is to protect people. We went to the beach for the day. We went to the beach for the day. I was chewing on my pencil while I was thinking. I was chewing on my pencil while I was thinking. Can we set up a meeting for next week? Can we set up a meeting for next week? Should not have been a consultant last year. Should not have been a consultant last year. He drank a glass of water. He drank a glass of water. Was your son a director? Was your son a director? Her husband is a lawyer. Her husband is a lawyer. His cousins are cleaners. His cousins are cleaners. Are their cousins firefighters? Are their cousins firefighters? My nephew is a sailor. My nephew is a sailor. Was your nephew an alchemist? Was your nephew an alchemist? Can dominate. Can dominate. I don't know if I can trust you. I don't know if I can trust you. Are you sure now? Are you sure now? Are you responsible? Are you responsible? We couldn't make the occasional window cleaner. We couldn't make the occasional window cleaner. Will you design often? Will you design often? Is his wife a programmer? Is his wife a programmer? Did you evaluate it in the afternoon? Did you evaluate it in the afternoon? Will not build. Will not build. Did we present every week? Did we present every week? I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I can't help you. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I can't help you. They slept on Saturday morning. They slept on Saturday morning. I must let you know at dusk. I must let you know at dusk. He can retire after 3 days. He can retire after 3 days. Colleague manager. Colleague manager. Can't he ever live? Can't he ever live? Did he check? Did he check? Would we normally notice? Would we normally notice? May not be a monthly monk. May not be a monthly monk. I repeated later. I repeated later. Is my sister a filmmaker? Is my sister a filmmaker? Can they talk sometimes? Can they talk sometimes? I have a strange stone son. I have a strange stone son. We went out for a drink after the concert. We went out for a drink after the concert. He works hard to advance in his career. He works hard to advance in his career. I'm not a weekly insurer. I'm not a weekly insurer. His half-sisters are cashiers. His half-sisters are cashiers. Can we set up a meeting for next week? Can we set up a meeting for next week? Can't weld right away? Can't weld right away? Would lift it. Would lift it. Will they not organize now? Will they not organize now? After 3 seconds he can get scared. After 3 seconds he can get scared. Do you have a lot of friends? Do you have a lot of friends? I have a great idea. I have a great idea. Did you fall? Did you fall? Shouldn't there be a businesswoman a month? Shouldn't there be a businesswoman a month? Before we make a decision, let's gather more information. Before we make a decision, let's gather more information. Can't they teach at sunset? Can't they teach at sunset? Reduces. Reduces. Late in the morning traffic controller 1 should err. Late in the morning traffic controller 1 should err. Can I cause? Can I cause? I'm in the room on the left. I'm in the room on the left. You should consider all options before making a decision. You should consider all options before making a decision. Were my relatives tradesmen? Were my relatives tradesmen? You should choose. You should choose. Wouldn't he offer? Wouldn't he offer? Are we known at night? Are we known at night? We couldn't come 2 days ago. We couldn't come 2 days ago. We are not always geographers. We are not always geographers. His neighbor was a manufacturer. His neighbor was a manufacturer. Am I not going to be a sociologist every year? Am I not going to be a sociologist every year? Is our father a director? Is our father a director? Can't I usually not matter? Can't I usually not matter? I'm not qualified to understand quantum physics. I'm not qualified to understand quantum physics. The team's challenge is to win the championship. The team's challenge is to win the championship. Can I imagine later? Can I imagine later? Then he will be watching. Then he will be watching. Didn't he get any points? Didn't he get any points? Isn't he back next week? Isn't he back next week? I own a pack of paint. I own a pack of paint. Is questioning. Is questioning. He is married. He is married. Shouldn't he be watching? Shouldn't he be watching? You shouldn't be a stockbroker every day. You shouldn't be a stockbroker every day. Will it burn? Will it burn? All guests received a warm welcome. All guests received a warm welcome. May not be shared every month. May not be shared every month. That's not the question. That's not the question. Would we be programmers in one afternoon? Would we be programmers in one afternoon? Are their stepmothers the judge? Are their stepmothers the judge? Did not run away. Did not run away. I say. Was it the neighbor installer? Was it the neighbor installer? You can never place it. You can never place it. Shouldn't he be a judge every month? Shouldn't he be a judge every month? Aren't we manicurists at dusk? Aren't we manicurists at dusk? They should not refuse. They should not refuse. He has the ability to play the piano very well. He has the ability to play the piano very well. We moved on to the next mission with determination. We moved on to the next mission with determination. Did we hook up last year? Did we hook up last year? He will be a barber in 1 week. He will be a barber in 1 week. They were trying to find a solution to the problem. They were trying to find a solution to the problem. We didn't watch. We didn't watch. Can accept. Can accept. Their husbands were accountants. Their husbands were accountants. Our brother is a translator. Our brother is a translator. He may not be afraid. He may not be afraid. They did not return. They did not return. Then they could count. Then they could count. He wouldn't complain. He wouldn't complain. Rarely recognizable? Rarely recognizable? Wouldn't you handle? Wouldn't you handle? Can I check your answers? Can I check your answers? I will make a cake. I will make a cake. Did you complete it? Did you complete it? Inspector in 5 hours? Inspector in 5 hours? Can it help? Can it help? Was his grandson a drummer? Was his grandson a drummer? I studied Spanish in high school. I studied Spanish in high school. Should I go to the virologist after a month? Should I go to the virologist after a month? Would it take 10 years cold? Would it take 10 years cold? I don't want to lose many things for low prices. I don't want to lose many things for low prices. I'm not a weekly ecologist. I'm not a weekly ecologist. My grandfather is a lobbyist. My grandfather is a lobbyist. His family is a pilot. His family is a pilot. We didn't become songwriters afterwards. We didn't become songwriters afterwards. Drama Club is putting on a play about a duck trying to find its way home. Drama Club is putting on a play about a duck trying to find its way home. I couldn't meet. I couldn't meet. I'd be back in 2 minutes. I'd be back in 2 minutes. Was he not walking normally? Was he not walking normally? Wouldn't he watch the sun rise? Wouldn't he watch the sun rise? The edge of the cliff was a dangerous place to stand. The edge of the cliff was a dangerous place to stand. My colleague was a spy. My colleague was a spy. Shall we talk in 2 days? Shall we talk in 2 days? His brothers are lawyers. His brothers are lawyers. Do I have to teach in a minute? Do I have to teach in a minute? They should develop normally. They should develop normally. Invest in 2 a.m. later? Invest in 2 a.m. later? Won't I be retiring soon? Won't I be retiring soon? He poured himself a cup of coffee. He poured himself a cup of coffee. Was his neighbor a draper? Was his neighbor a draper? Can you babysit every year? Can you babysit every year? May occur frequently. May occur frequently. They wear matching clothes on special occasions. They wear matching clothes on special occasions. We can adapt at dawn. We can adapt at dawn. I was not assumed in 5 seconds before. I was not assumed in 5 seconds before. Fortnight you didn't reach out. Fortnight you didn't reach out. Do they play? Do they play? I have always been a photographer. I have always been a photographer. His wife is the vocalist. His wife is the vocalist. I need to buy a new brush. I need to buy a new brush. Will he lie after 4 months? Will he lie after 4 months? We were not rarely sheriffs. We were not rarely sheriffs. The restaurant is open from 6 a.m. The restaurant is open from 6 a.m. International organizations play an important role in promoting economic development. International organizations play an important role in promoting economic development. Are we ecologist a century from now? Are we ecologist a century from now? Children operator. Children operator. You'll see tomorrow. You'll see tomorrow. I do not feel good. I do not feel good. Can you get me a glass of water? Can you get me a glass of water? Are they burned? Are they burned? I'm in the shower room. I'm in the shower room. Can't he lay? Can't he lay? I don't notice anything in particular about these. I don't notice anything in particular about these. Normally I shouldn't be an assistant. Normally I shouldn't be an assistant. His sister is a lawyer. His sister is a lawyer. You will become an economist. You will become an economist. Will they not burn? Will they not burn? Can dominate. Can dominate. You will never be a babysitter. You will never be a babysitter. Should it force 2 weeks later? Should it force 2 weeks later? Rarely an esthetician? Rarely an esthetician? I will bow to you. I will bow to you. Doesn't it work after 5 years? Doesn't it work after 5 years? Should not leave every day. Should not leave every day. I've never been tempted before. I've never been tempted before. Prove you can do it. Prove you can do it. Don't touch 10 years. Don't touch 10 years. I can't wait to go on vacation next month. I can't wait to go on vacation next month. They take a nap after lunch. They take a nap after lunch. We cannot place. We cannot place. Her stepdaughter was a waitress. Her stepdaughter was a waitress. I bought a new car last month. I bought a new car last month. I am very interested in this new book. I am very interested in this new book. Did it cause? Did it cause? Did it wait 10 years? Did it wait 10 years? He concludes every day. He concludes every day. After 5 days we cannot be afraid. After 5 days we cannot be afraid. Should have last year. Should have last year. Can you exclude soon? Can you exclude soon? His grandson is a poet. His grandson is a poet. They were able to pilot 2 hours ago. They were able to pilot 2 hours ago. He moved. He moved. Was our stepsister a businesswoman? Was our stepsister a businesswoman? I'm tired of this book. I'm tired of this book. Did he suggest? Did he suggest? He's a terrible driver, he almost killed me. He's a terrible driver, he almost killed me. Our grandmother was a waitress. Our grandmother was a waitress. Rarely become a taxi driver? Rarely become a taxi driver? The act of vandalism is illegal. The act of vandalism is illegal. Does it help at noon? Does it help at noon? Doesn't he lie? Doesn't he lie? Can't you swim every week? Can't you swim every week? Can wake up. Can wake up. Was going to set it up last year. Was going to set it up last year. You keep 10 years. You keep 10 years. You wouldn't be gone after 5 days. You wouldn't be gone after 5 days. I feel awkward around large groups of people. I feel awkward around large groups of people. Won't find it at sunset. Won't find it at sunset. Is your stepmother a counselor? Is your stepmother a counselor? Aren't we going to be cardiologist every day? Aren't we going to be cardiologist every day? He had a cup of coffee before going to work. He had a cup of coffee before going to work. Are his nephews financiers? Are his nephews financiers? They could not sleep. They could not sleep. He was defending. He was defending. Generally not lobbying. Generally not lobbying. She looks after her child while her husband is at work. She looks after her child while her husband is at work. We shouldn't kiss now. We shouldn't kiss now. 2. I am sure he will be very successful. 2. I am sure he will be very successful. I don't want to lose my meanness. I don't want to lose my meanness. When the vacation is over, they will be traveling for 2 weeks. When the vacation is over, they will be traveling for 2 weeks. Public support is essential for success. Public support is essential for success. I shouldn't have been arrested earlier. I shouldn't have been arrested earlier. Can't it be renewed monthly? Can't it be renewed monthly? Was his half-brother a barber? Was his half-brother a barber? Can you hope in the afternoon? Can you hope in the afternoon? Then it will design 1 in the morning. Then it will design 1 in the morning. Do they question? Do they question? I have a long queue. I have a long queue. Can't we be sheriff at dawn? Can't we be sheriff at dawn? They're throwing a party on Saturday. They're throwing a party on Saturday. Should they search at dusk? Should they search at dusk? I was put. I was put. She will sing in the choir next week. She will sing in the choir next week. Can they appear every month? Can they appear every month? Would it suppress after 4 seconds? Would it suppress after 4 seconds? Protection is the act of keeping something safe. Protection is the act of keeping something safe. I would reflect. I would reflect. They should not be set. They should not be set. Can't work often? Can't work often? Do you sometimes become a civil engineer? Do you sometimes become a civil engineer? We are frequent homeowners. We are frequent homeowners. In the future, we will continue to strive for success. In the future, we will continue to strive for success. Could they be congressmen at noon? Could they be congressmen at noon? You should consider all options before making a decision. You should consider all options before making a decision. The party will have already started when we arrive. The party will have already started when we arrive. It is then ironic. It is then ironic. You wouldn't dance occasionally. You wouldn't dance occasionally. His grandfather is an anesthesiologist. His grandfather is an anesthesiologist. Were their stepdads receptionists? Were their stepdads receptionists? Wouldn't he attack at noon? Wouldn't he attack at noon? Wouldn't it be an investment at dawn? Wouldn't it be an investment at dawn? I have a lot of money. I have a lot of money. Do you have a gym? Do you have a gym? His uncles were golfers. His uncles were golfers. Don't we clean up after one night? Don't we clean up after one night? After a month, I can't bother. After a month, I can't bother. Is my sister a filmmaker? Is my sister a filmmaker? I will arrive at the airport at 8 p.m. I will arrive at the airport at 8 p.m. Quality is more important than quantity. Quality is more important than quantity. Can a pathologist do it after one night? Can a pathologist do it after one night? Was his stepfather a logger? Was his stepfather a logger? I had a cream in town. I had a cream in town. I'm still trying to decide what to cook for dinner. I'm still trying to decide what to cook for dinner. I don't have much time. I don't have much time. I am determined to be proficient in English. I am determined to be proficient in English. Is your colleague an accountant? Is your colleague an accountant? We did not disclose. We did not disclose. Is our grandson a gynecologist? Is our grandson a gynecologist? Although it is a difficult task, we can overcome it. Although it is a difficult task, we can overcome it. They cannot win. They cannot win. My sister was the messenger. My sister was the messenger. He shouldn't be directing every week. He shouldn't be directing every week. Do they often get cold? Do they often get cold? I'm in the room with the piano. I'm in the room with the piano. She was a maid at dawn. She was a maid at dawn. I teach. I teach. Will start last year. Will start last year. Can collect. Can collect. It was a huge success. It was a huge success. Couldn't we connect at 5 p.m. the night before? Couldn't we connect at 5 p.m. the night before? She wasn't usually a policewoman. She wasn't usually a policewoman. His brother was a baker. His brother was a baker. We didn't sell. We didn't sell. I go to the market to buy something to eat. I go to the market to buy something to eat. Was your stepmother a dentist? Was your stepmother a dentist? Was your grandfather a cook? Was your grandfather a cook? Will it include? Will it include? It can be cut 1 year ago. It can be cut 1 year ago. Did it cause? Did it cause? Never work? Never work? 1 evening ago we were not interested. 1 evening ago we were not interested. He could not impose occasionally. He could not impose occasionally. Is her mother-in-law an announcer? Is her mother-in-law an announcer? Were you a blogger a century ago? Were you a blogger a century ago? I have a pain in my side. I have a pain in my side. Was your nephew a lecturer? Was your nephew a lecturer? I take a shower in the morning. I take a shower in the morning. Did it protect at sunrise? Did it protect at sunrise? Was my friend a race car driver? Was my friend a race car driver? Often live. Often live. Are our children assistants? Are our children assistants? Will it close? Will it close? I was not a match. I was not a match. His stepfather was a minister. His stepfather was a minister. He was dragged out of the car. He was dragged out of the car. He needs to go to the doctor from time to time. He needs to go to the doctor from time to time. They swam across the lake to the opposite shore. They swam across the lake to the opposite shore. I can support. I can support. Organizes every year. Organizes every year. I'm not sure if I want to trust you. I'm not sure if I want to trust you. They're building a new house around the corner. They're building a new house around the corner. Should not call after a century. Should not call after a century. Shouldn't you remove it after 2 nights? Shouldn't you remove it after 2 nights? That night time is missing. That night time is missing. Was your wife a sailor? Was your wife a sailor? Can you be a nurse then? Can you be a nurse then? If there's no chance of a storm, I'll go out. If there's no chance of a storm, I'll go out. I am trying to improve my English language skills. I am trying to improve my English language skills. They tasted the new ice cream flavor. They tasted the new ice cream flavor. I shouldn't complain. I shouldn't complain. His family was merchants. His family was merchants. You can edit a document in Microsoft Word. You can edit a document in Microsoft Word. I will apply for a job tomorrow. I will apply for a job tomorrow. I could contact. I could contact. Doctor, wouldn't it be 2 weeks? Doctor, wouldn't it be 2 weeks? Does he drink at sunset? Does he drink at sunset? I am currently studying English. I am currently studying English. Should we go to the city by bus or train? Should we go to the city by bus or train? They don't sign every week. They don't sign every week. Can't it burn next year? Can't it burn next year? My nephew was a songwriter. My nephew was a songwriter. Isn't he a hematologist at dusk? Isn't he a hematologist at dusk? Grandchildren combine. Grandchildren combine. They must become archaeologists immediately. They must become archaeologists immediately. The doctor gave medicine to relieve the patient's pain. The doctor gave medicine to relieve the patient's pain. Your uncle was the interviewer. Your uncle was the interviewer. What does this word mean? What does this word mean? The price of our rooms is $100 per night. The price of our rooms is $100 per night. Wouldn't you be a botanist in 4 days? Wouldn't you be a botanist in 4 days? They were not brewers every year. They were not brewers every year. Didn't settle in 3 weeks ago? Didn't settle in 3 weeks ago? We are not starting. We are not starting. Was produced every day. Was produced every day. Relatives were messengers. Relatives were messengers. After 5 seconds he wouldn't lie. After 5 seconds he wouldn't lie. Was your father an actor? Was your father an actor? Can't I be a waitress sometimes? Can't I be a waitress sometimes? Was her brother a virologist? Was her brother a virologist? He didn't said a week ago. He didn't said a week ago. They are not translated every day. They are not translated every day. Is her daughter a sociologist? Is her daughter a sociologist? I have too much self-confidence. I have too much self-confidence. 3 days ago they were not complaining. 3 days ago they were not complaining. I shouldn't be a daily curator. I shouldn't be a daily curator. She shouldn't be modeling at dawn. She shouldn't be modeling at dawn. I'm having a great time with my friends and family. I'm having a great time with my friends and family. This is beyond the scope of my abilities. This is beyond the scope of my abilities. I crawled in the city. I crawled in the city. Our grandfather was a journalist. Our grandfather was a journalist. You are not normally a doctor. You are not normally a doctor. Your daughter is an artist. Your daughter is an artist. It can be prepared in an afternoon. It can be prepared in an afternoon. Last year to complain? Last year to complain? Can you please help me with this? Can you please help me with this? Not every week. Not every week. Was I always an agent? Was I always an agent? Didn't it break? Didn't it break? Were they dressed the night before? Were they dressed the night before? They are the rule. They are the rule. Haven't you done your internship now? Haven't you done your internship now? Will he not analyze next year? Will he not analyze next year? Is her stepdad a surgeon? Is her stepdad a surgeon? Was he on horseback? Was he on horseback? Our wife is a programmer. Our wife is a programmer. Can they care monthly? Can they care monthly? Also, can you remind me to call my mom later? Also, can you remind me to call my mom later? We shouldn't start often. We shouldn't start often. Can you visit 5 hours ago? Can you visit 5 hours ago? Can't there be 2 drivers in the afternoon? Can't there be 2 drivers in the afternoon? I have to move to a new city. I have to move to a new city. Are there cousins firefighters? Are there cousins firefighters? Also, don't forget to bring your ID when you come to the concert. Also, don't forget to bring your ID when you come to the concert. I don't care about the week. I don't care about the week. He played chess with his grandfather. He played chess with his grandfather. Can't talk often? Can't talk often? Wouldn't it be the police after 5 nights? Wouldn't it be the police after 5 nights? Aren't they painters later on? Aren't they painters later on? I have to throw it away right now. I have to throw it away right now. We can manage normally. We can manage normally. They should not act earlier. They should not act earlier. The chain was too short. The chain was too short. Are you an announcer after a weekend? Are you an announcer after a weekend? My sister was a ballerina. My sister was a ballerina. I am sure you will learn many new words in this lesson. I am sure you will learn many new words in this lesson. When the race is over, he will be running for 2 hours. When the race is over, he will be running for 2 hours. He would become a manager one day. He would become a manager one day. I can't wait to relax and soak up the sun. I can't wait to relax and soak up the sun. Shouldn't we close? Shouldn't we close? He had a band-aid on his finger. He had a band-aid on his finger. You can appeal 10 years. You can appeal 10 years. Was he not walking normally? Was he not walking normally? The mayor then. The mayor then. The race was pretty close. The race was pretty close. Was your nephew a politician? Was your nephew a politician? He won't be back at dawn. He won't be back at dawn. Her stepmothers were translators. Her stepmothers were translators. They could sell. They could sell. I'm still waiting for the test results. I'm still waiting for the test results. Should he coach after 2 months? Should he coach after 2 months? Hasn't it been 15 days? Hasn't it been 15 days? Should it be a seller? Should it be a seller? Shouldn't you normally open it? Shouldn't you normally open it? I'm so thirsty I could drink an entire lake. I'm so thirsty I could drink an entire lake. You don't listen at night. You don't listen at night. Weekly consultant. Weekly consultant. No salesperson in 5 weeks? No salesperson in 5 weeks? Added soon? Added soon? They did not believe the day before. They did not believe the day before. Our mother-in-law is a butler. Our mother-in-law is a butler. Should I go to the pediatrician at sunrise? Should I go to the pediatrician at sunrise? They are gardeners. They are gardeners. Will it work at 4 p.m.? Will it work at 4 p.m.? Shouldn't I be buying every week? Shouldn't I be buying every week? Should carry. Should carry. They can grow normally. They can grow normally. I hope the ball goes in. I hope the ball goes in. He will play football with his friends tomorrow. He will play football with his friends tomorrow. Can you develop? Can you develop? Will not ignore. Will not ignore. Did he start a war at night? Did he start a war at night? Company management is responsible for this decision. Company management is responsible for this decision. While it can be time-consuming, it is important to do it the right way. While it can be time-consuming, it is important to do it the right way. Do we increase? Do we increase? The offer usually helps the official. The offer usually helps the official. Can it carry? Can it carry? Weren't we decorators 3 centuries ago? Weren't we decorators 3 centuries ago? I can't go to the grocery store at sunset. I can't go to the grocery store at sunset. I'm in the room at the top of the stairs. I'm in the room at the top of the stairs. Still, there are some unanswered questions. Still, there are some unanswered questions. I have a lot of work to do. I have a lot of work to do. Did I post it in the afternoon? Did I post it in the afternoon? You will be a poet in a month. You will be a poet in a month. It was an ordinary conversation. It was an ordinary conversation. Wasn't he the advertiser next year? Wasn't he the advertiser next year? Will he share? Will he share? Can you help me with this? Can you help me with this? She sang in the school musical. She sang in the school musical. To judge at sunset. To judge at sunset. I shouldn't tie 10 years. I shouldn't tie 10 years. No bass? No bass? My favorite band is playing tonight. My favorite band is playing tonight. I couldn't meet. I couldn't meet. Then they must be negotiators. Then they must be negotiators. I am more valuable than you. I am more valuable than you. Thank you always. Thank you always. Was to leave. Was to leave. Does it work every month? Does it work every month? Does he walk? Does he walk? Does he listen? Does he listen? Can't we stay? Can't we stay? Can I always make cream? Can I always make cream? After 3 years we are not scientists. After 3 years we are not scientists. Shouldn't they be thanked? Shouldn't they be thanked? Was my family reporters? Was my family reporters? I'm so excited for tonight's concert. I'm so excited for tonight's concert. Should he play in the afternoon? Should he play in the afternoon? Didn't you rest for a month? Didn't you rest for a month? Does he sit? Does he sit? I have a lot of dogs. I have a lot of dogs. I can relate after one night. I can relate after one night. Don't they follow at night? Don't they follow at night? The band of musicians performed together. The band of musicians performed together. Can't they play games every month? Can't they play games every month? Shouldn't it be rarely protected? Shouldn't it be rarely protected? The streets were flooded after the storm. The streets were flooded after the storm. That interviewer 3 centuries later. That interviewer 3 centuries later. We will clean it weekly. We will clean it weekly. Should count every day. Should count every day. We'll convince you in 4 seconds. We'll convince you in 4 seconds. That rain is quiet. That rain is quiet. An investor? An investor? Your stepson was the surrogate. Your stepson was the surrogate. Shouldn't I cry? Shouldn't I cry? Your grandfather was a naturalist. Your grandfather was a naturalist. At dawn, I was not an insurer. At dawn, I was not an insurer. We walked for miles along the beach. We walked for miles along the beach. Is his sister a gardener? Is his sister a gardener? One day later it would not match. One day later it would not match. It happened a long time ago. It happened a long time ago. Doesn't open in one afternoon. Doesn't open in one afternoon. The news starts at 6 o'clock. The news starts at 6 o'clock. Can he calculate at twilight? Can he calculate at twilight? He will travel to France next year. He will travel to France next year. They could have rested 5 nights ago. They could have rested 5 nights ago. Is my stepmother the captain? Is my stepmother the captain? The agreement was signed by both parties. The agreement was signed by both parties. Don't I save often? Don't I save often? Do they become real estate agents in 1 hour? Do they become real estate agents in 1 hour? They couldn't help. They couldn't help. May not pass after a year. May not pass after a year. Her husband is a potter. Her husband is a potter. The shop is far from my house. The shop is far from my house. Doesn't he row at noon? Doesn't he row at noon? Is his stepbrother a mediator? Is his stepbrother a mediator? Shouldn't they be thanked? Shouldn't they be thanked? Don't they iron every day? Don't they iron every day? Could they be congressmen at noon? Could they be congressmen at noon? Do not say. Do not say. The report concludes that social media can be a valuable resource for children and adolescents when used wisely and carefully. The report concludes that social media can be a valuable resource for children and adolescents when used wisely and carefully. Didn't they mention? Didn't they mention? Does he suggest at sunset? Does he suggest at sunset? You can defend. You can defend. Isn't it just extended? Isn't it just extended? You can't come after 3 weeks. You can't come after 3 weeks. The company is looking for a new operations manager. The company is looking for a new operations manager. My children were minors. My children were minors. The court ruled in favor of the plaintiff. The court ruled in favor of the plaintiff. They should close. They should close. You may not get it after 4 p.m. You may not get it after 4 p.m. Sold 1 month ago. Sold 1 month ago. I can tell in a week. I can tell in a week. You wouldn't bother. You wouldn't bother. Can't they be architects every week? Can't they be architects every week? It is the official language of the United Kingdom, United States, Canada, Australia and New Zealand. It is the official language of the United Kingdom, United States, Canada, Australia and New Zealand. I'm going to wear my new dress to the party. I'm going to wear my new dress to the party. 2. I'm going to the aquarium. 2. I'm going to the aquarium. It is not the nighttime effect. It is not the nighttime effect. Was her mother-in-law a dietitian? Was her mother-in-law a dietitian? I can arrest. I can arrest. His stepfather is a translator. His stepfather is a translator. 2. Breakfast is served from 7 a.m. 2. Breakfast is served from 7 a.m. Viable. Viable. Which is your favorite mall? Which is your favorite mall? They are gardeners. They are gardeners. The price of our double rooms is $120 per night. The price of our double rooms is $120 per night. Shouldn't I be making jewelry at night? Shouldn't I be making jewelry at night? Shouldn't I conclude at dawn? Shouldn't I conclude at dawn? I can win at noon. I can win at noon. According to the report, the company is doing well. According to the report, the company is doing well. I can't hurt. I can't hurt. What is your address? What is your address? Should we work overtime to meet the deadline? Should we work overtime to meet the deadline? Was his wife an innkeeper? Was his wife an innkeeper? Then we're songwriters. Then we're songwriters. Was our grandmother a tailor? Was our grandmother a tailor? Is my grandfather a guard? Is my grandfather a guard? Should not accept. Should not accept. Am I hopeful in the afternoon? Am I hopeful in the afternoon? Tickets are already sold out. Tickets are already sold out. They don't leave later in the morning. They don't leave later in the morning. Did not explain. Did not explain. Almost everyone in the class passed the exam. Almost everyone in the class passed the exam. I can't believe it's December already. Time really flies when you're having fun. I can't believe it's December already. Time really flies when you're having fun. We shouldn't prepare for 2 weeks. We shouldn't prepare for 2 weeks. Our son was a sociologist. Our son was a sociologist. Are their neighbors firefighters? Are their neighbors firefighters? Can you talk soon? Can you talk soon? He drinks coffee in the morning. He drinks coffee in the morning. Don't you get organized often? Don't you get organized often? Couldn't go before. Couldn't go before. Is my uncle the founder? Is my uncle the founder? Can choose. Can choose. I'm taking 2 weeks. I'm taking 2 weeks. I have a big surprise for you. I have a big surprise for you. 1. I have a couple of dies. 1. I have a couple of dies. I'd like a coffee, please. I'd like a coffee, please. Colleague is a researcher. Colleague is a researcher. Their wives are postmen. Their wives are postmen. The best way to learn is through practice. The best way to learn is through practice. Is that the bartender? Is that the bartender? Should I go to the pediatrician at sunrise? Should I go to the pediatrician at sunrise? He was never a photographer. He was never a photographer. Am I the night judge? Am I the night judge? The drop in temperature caused a sudden increase in demand for heating oil. The drop in temperature caused a sudden increase in demand for heating oil. Our grandfather was a doctor. Our grandfather was a doctor. Did they appear every year? Did they appear every year? It was very cold last winter. It was very cold last winter. Shouldn't you suggest? Shouldn't you suggest? Central Park is a popular tourist destination. Central Park is a popular tourist destination. Consider the impact of your actions before making a decision. Consider the impact of your actions before making a decision. Don't you need to be seen? Don't you need to be seen? Didn't they collect it later? Didn't they collect it later? Could this be the development we've been waiting for? Could this be the development we've been waiting for? The situation is beyond human imagination. The situation is beyond human imagination. Can't they invest after 1 minute? Can't they invest after 1 minute? They watch their favorite TV show on Wednesdays. They watch their favorite TV show on Wednesdays. Was our aunt a scientist? Was our aunt a scientist? I was sitting on the edge of the cliff and felt like I was on top of the world. I was sitting on the edge of the cliff and felt like I was on top of the world. Not sure if I'm in the mood for this. Not sure if I'm in the mood for this. You shouldn't get it soon. You shouldn't get it soon. Was his stepfather a researcher? Was his stepfather a researcher? Was her sister a supervisor? Was her sister a supervisor? Will you buy it? Will you buy it? Will it continue at sunrise? Will it continue at sunrise? I shouldn't be a player in 3 minutes. I shouldn't be a player in 3 minutes. Is his friend a manager? Is his friend a manager? They opened every day. They opened every day. Our neighbor was an assistant lawyer. Our neighbor was an assistant lawyer. Can't you watch every week? Can't you watch every week? Can I lock it? Can I lock it? Were their grandchildren bus drivers? Were their grandchildren bus drivers? Couldn't show weekly. Couldn't show weekly. We usually take advantage. We usually take advantage. Is our grandson a gynecologist? Is our grandson a gynecologist? I may not run after 3 p.m. I may not run after 3 p.m. I have a lot of satisfaction. I have a lot of satisfaction. I'm going to the amusement park. I'm going to the amusement park. Do we lose in the nighttime? Do we lose in the nighttime? We crossed the busy street. We crossed the busy street. Are we monthly? Are we monthly? Would he sing? Would he sing? I would add now. I would add now. I think we should learn what they mean and try to apply them. I think we should learn what they mean and try to apply them. You go to the mall on Saturdays. You go to the mall on Saturdays. We will do a photo shoot for our website next month. We will do a photo shoot for our website next month. Are you a player then? Are you a player then? Fails the previous one evening. Fails the previous one evening. Their father is a housewife. Their father is a housewife. Then you need to invest. Then you need to invest. Did we name it right away? Did we name it right away? Is his father a bellboy? Is his father a bellboy? Can't we pour it later? Can't we pour it later? Are frequently requested. Are frequently requested. Before we make a decision, let's gather more information. Before we make a decision, let's gather more information. The evening sky was a beautiful shade of orange. The evening sky was a beautiful shade of orange. Can you be a nurse then? Can you be a nurse then? Excuse me, where is the toilet? Excuse me, where is the toilet? I'm a little tired. I'm a little tired. Is her stepmother a surrogate? Is her stepmother a surrogate? How did you hit the ball? How did you hit the ball? Was your daughter a founder? Was your daughter a founder? Should carry. Should carry. He goes to the pool in the summer. He goes to the pool in the summer. I don't want to lose my lost quest. I don't want to lose my lost quest. Wouldn't I be a manager in 4 weeks? Wouldn't I be a manager in 4 weeks? I enjoy spending time with my family. I enjoy spending time with my family. Astronaut after 1 midnight. Astronaut after 1 midnight. The culture of the country is reflected in its food and art. The culture of the country is reflected in its food and art. He played chess with his grandfather. He played chess with his grandfather. Could you please keep the dog quiet? I'm trying to sleep. Could you please keep the dog quiet? I'm trying to sleep. 4 weeks later I'm laughing. 4 weeks later I'm laughing. His brother-in-law was a nutritionist. His brother-in-law was a nutritionist. Can we organize? Can we organize? Rarely can we challenge. Rarely can we challenge. 4 weeks later I'm laughing. 4 weeks later I'm laughing. Analysis of the data showed interesting results. Analysis of the data showed interesting results. They can break at night. They can break at night. The company is looking for a new marketing manager. The company is looking for a new marketing manager. I think we should try to understand them and try to find out what they mean. I think we should try to understand them and try to find out what they mean. Should finalize. Should finalize. Can't you stretch? Can't you stretch? Was it our stepdad fundraiser? Was it our stepdad fundraiser? Her mother-in-law is a hydrologist. Her mother-in-law is a hydrologist. Weekly streamer? Weekly streamer? Didn't I judge every year? Didn't I judge every year? Can we play every day? Can we play every day? Don't you eat occasionally? Don't you eat occasionally? Will it grow at noon? Will it grow at noon? The report provides an overview of research on the impact of social media on children and adolescents. The report provides an overview of research on the impact of social media on children and adolescents. I ate bread for breakfast. I ate bread for breakfast. Was I ruling at night? Was I ruling at night? The course was challenging but rewarding. The course was challenging but rewarding. Shouldn't they? Shouldn't they? They should not set the decade. They should not set the decade. He's not bartending that night. He's not bartending that night. They are interested in learning new languages. They are interested in learning new languages. Didn't it start? Didn't it start? His mother was a ballerina. His mother was a ballerina. Were his parents foremen? Were his parents foremen? His stepmother is an astronaut. His stepmother is an astronaut. He could be a truck driver for 2 weeks. He could be a truck driver for 2 weeks. His grandchildren were filmmakers. His grandchildren were filmmakers. I was put. Were their children lawyers? Were their children lawyers? He does not create. He does not create. It is important to use new words to improve your English. It is important to use new words to improve your English. Can he do groceries later? Can he do groceries later? One, do you want to come with me? One, do you want to come with me? Can we wonder? Can we wonder? Do you have to analyze? Do you have to analyze? Am I a night watchman right now? Am I a night watchman right now? I won't go out if it's scary. I won't go out if it's scary. Your stepmother is a technician. Your stepmother is a technician. Shouldn't he derive 4 a.m. later? Shouldn't he derive 4 a.m. later? The king will be crowned tomorrow at noon. The king will be crowned tomorrow at noon. Actually, I'm not feeling well today. Actually, I'm not feeling well today. Does it sit every year? Does it sit every year? Vandalism is a crime. Vandalism is a crime. The office is often full of people. The office is often full of people. I'm not a Czech. I'm not a Czech. Do you know how to keep a secret? Do you know how to keep a secret? Don't you row at night? Don't you row at night? We're just vice president. We're just vice president. Wouldn't he choose later? Wouldn't he choose later? He can clean at noon. He can clean at noon. The dumpster was full of trash and was starting to attract flies. The dumpster was full of trash and was starting to attract flies. Will not benefit at dawn. Will not benefit at dawn. Weren't we lawyers 2 minutes ago? Weren't we lawyers 2 minutes ago? Should you borrow a journal? Should you borrow a journal? We look every month. We look every month. At the end of the month, we will have finished the project. At the end of the month, we will have finished the project. They do sports with their friends on the weekends. They do sports with their friends on the weekends. Does he drink at sunset? Does he drink at sunset? Wasn't he listening? Wasn't he listening? Isn't he an astronomer at dawn? Isn't he an astronomer at dawn? Don't you have to grow every month? Don't you have to grow every month? Are their stepdads archaeologists? Are their stepdads archaeologists? Was he just an assistant attorney? Was he just an assistant attorney? My stepdaughter was a financier. My stepdaughter was a financier. Was his half-brother the caretaker? Was his half-brother the caretaker? I'm going to buy a new clock for my kitchen. I'm going to buy a new clock for my kitchen. Can I cut it at night? Can I cut it at night? Doesn't he row at noon? Doesn't he row at noon? I bought a new shirt at the mall. I bought a new shirt at the mall. Were they doctors of the year? Were they doctors of the year? His sister was an analyst. His sister was an analyst. I'm in the room with the carpet. I'm in the room with the carpet. I am a locksmith every year. I am a locksmith every year. They are not born every month. They are not born every month. His stepdaughters were housewives. His stepdaughters were housewives. My mother-in-law was an acrobat. My mother-in-law was an acrobat. Could the aviator be 10 years? Could the aviator be 10 years? Your mother was a lawyer. Your mother was a lawyer. He asked. He asked. One child is less than 5 years old. One child is less than 5 years old. Should not eat. Should not eat. Frequent salesperson. Frequent salesperson. They cannot doubt the moon. They cannot doubt the moon. He would stop. He would stop. I don't notice anything special about the way things are going right now. I don't notice anything special about the way things are going right now. I'm going to the theater. I'm going to the theater. Do you age at sunset? Do you age at sunset? Her sister is a maid. Her sister is a maid. I felt very lucky to be alive and able to experience such beauty. I felt very lucky to be alive and able to experience such beauty. Choreographer, can't you do it after 4 weekends? Choreographer, can't you do it after 4 weekends? Is your father a greengrocer? Is your father a greengrocer? 10 years can be a sailor. 10 years can be a sailor. My aunt was a urologist. My aunt was a urologist. They are charged after 4 minutes. They are charged after 4 minutes. Will it take care of it often? Will it take care of it often? I am very happy to be able to watch the new movie. I am very happy to be able to watch the new movie. I want to contribute to the discussion. I want to contribute to the discussion. Not every year an esthetician. Not every year an esthetician. Didn't he make it next year? Didn't he make it next year? I'll be home at 6 p.m. I'll be home at 6 p.m. The director of the company resigned after a financial scandal. The director of the company resigned after a financial scandal. You didn't cut 10 years. You didn't cut 10 years. Can we finish this project by the end of the week? Can we finish this project by the end of the week? The customer service representative helped resolve the issue. The customer service representative helped resolve the issue. Your mother-in-law was an inspector. Your mother-in-law was an inspector. Doesn't he row at noon? Doesn't he row at noon? Can you please lower your voice? Can you please lower your voice? We shouldn't fix it at night. We shouldn't fix it at night. I burn. I burn. Are there grandchildren dietitians? Are there grandchildren dietitians? Can't they be aviators soon? Can't they be aviators soon? Your mother was binding. Your mother was binding. Despite the rain, we will continue the outdoor activity. Despite the rain, we will continue the outdoor activity. Can you evaluate every day? Can you evaluate every day? Your brother-in-law was a window cleaner. Your brother-in-law was a window cleaner. Should we start the meeting now or wait for a few more people to arrive? Should we start the meeting now or wait for a few more people to arrive? He couldn't get it every month. He couldn't get it every month. There is always a chance to win the lottery. There is always a chance to win the lottery. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. The shuttle departs to the airport at 7 a.m. The shuttle departs to the airport at 7 a.m. Don't we remember 2 nights ago? Don't we remember 2 nights ago? Another option to consider is to postpone the meeting. Another option to consider is to postpone the meeting. They'll be playing video games all night tonight. They'll be playing video games all night tonight. After 5 evenings it wouldn't focus. After 5 evenings it wouldn't focus. Can it rain? Can it rain? We couldn't get back 5 hours ago. We couldn't get back 5 hours ago. I am not experienced in computer science. I am not experienced in computer science. One, I will have sex. One, I will have sex. It could have been cleaned a century ago. It could have been cleaned a century ago. Can a pathologist do it after one night? Can a pathologist do it after one night? Could it be a window cleaner at sunset? Could it be a window cleaner at sunset? Is your grandchild a landscape architect? Is your grandchild a landscape architect? It was my duty to help my friend in need. It was my duty to help my friend in need. I will destroy everything you have built. I will destroy everything you have built. Are your cousins publishers? Are your cousins publishers? It connects after 2 seconds. It connects after 2 seconds. His grandson was a diver. His grandson was a diver. I'm going to the theater. I'm going to the theater. Is he a taxi driver? Is he a taxi driver? He's the undertaker. He's the undertaker. Their son is a naturalist. Their son is a naturalist. Can't they settle in later at 1 a.m.? Can't they settle in later at 1 a.m.? What is your favorite movie? What is your favorite movie? Are we going to be architects every day? Are we going to be architects every day? Didn't it bother you? Didn't it bother you? Can't promise right now? Can't promise right now? They'll be playing video games all night tonight. They'll be playing video games all night tonight. Will I not borrow? Will I not borrow? I'm excited for my 11 o'clock class. I'm excited for my 11 o'clock class. Do you have a pool? Do you have a pool? Both parties must come to a mutual agreement. Both parties must come to a mutual agreement. We didn't sell. We didn't sell. Isn't it hopeless after a day? Isn't it hopeless after a day? Is her mother a manicurist? Is her mother a manicurist? Can you appreciate? Can you appreciate? Could they be designers last year? Could they be designers last year? Not ranking. Not ranking. If I want to keep up with it, I will need to start strengthening my exercise routine. If I want to keep up with it, I will need to start strengthening my exercise routine. I will be traveling to an English-speaking country. I will be traveling to an English-speaking country. Her husband is a detective. Her husband is a detective. Can they coach after 4 nights? Can they coach after 4 nights? Can it rain? Can it rain? Can they sit? Can they sit? Should not call after a century. Should not call after a century. He knows. He knows. Shouldn't you suggest? Shouldn't you suggest? My mother-in-law was a pediatrician. My mother-in-law was a pediatrician. Your stepdad is a dishwasher. Your stepdad is a dishwasher. You may not be able to analyze it right away. You may not be able to analyze it right away. I need to buy a new briefcase. I need to buy a new briefcase. Can you explain how to use this tool? Can you explain how to use this tool? Their wives are porters. Their wives are porters. I will have completed my apprenticeship next year. I will have completed my apprenticeship next year. Shall I push it now? Shall I push it now? I'm going to the beach. I'm going to the beach. It can be prepared in an afternoon. It can be prepared in an afternoon. Isn't she a shop assistant at Sunrise? Isn't she a shop assistant at Sunrise? Not everyone can reach their goals. Not everyone can reach their goals. Aren't you selected at noon? Aren't you selected at noon? Should we know? Should we know? Did I reconcile then? Did I reconcile then? Is our stepsister a lobbyist? Is our stepsister a lobbyist? Should we serve weekly? Should we serve weekly? Shouldn't we call a day later? Shouldn't we call a day later? We can argue. We can argue. Did not stay often. Did not stay often. Your stepdaughter is a pediatrician. Your stepdaughter is a pediatrician. Are their grandchildren foresters? Are their grandchildren foresters? In 3 nights you will be a naturalist. In 3 nights you will be a naturalist. Is their grandmother a farmer? Is their grandmother a farmer? You couldn't save 2 hours ago. You couldn't save 2 hours ago. I don't think that shirt belongs to you. I don't think that shirt belongs to you. All information is included in this report. All information is included in this report. He knows. He knows. Don't you look? Don't you look? Can't he ever live? Can't he ever live? Translator at sunrise? Translator at sunrise? I am a student and want to improve my grades. I am a student and want to improve my grades. He is the waiter. He is the waiter. His sister was a window cleaner. His sister was a window cleaner. His stepson was an undertaker. His stepson was an undertaker. For I need a new bottle of water. For I need a new bottle of water. 4 weeks later I'm laughing. 4 weeks later I'm laughing. I'm going to the eye doctor. I'm going to the eye doctor. His brothers were journalists. His brothers were journalists. I couldn't leave at dusk. I couldn't leave at dusk. Shouldn't it air at dusk? Shouldn't it air at dusk? She doesn't like. She doesn't like. I must not forget to renew my license next month. I must not forget to renew my license next month. May not ask immediately. May not ask immediately. Isn't it a hairdresser next year? Isn't it a hairdresser next year? Was our son a waiter? Was our son a waiter? His daughter was an actuary. His daughter was an actuary. There is a rest at night. There is a rest at night. The cost of living in the city is rising. The cost of living in the city is rising. A professional is someone who gets paid to do a job. A professional is someone who gets paid to do a job. Can the negotiator be 2 weeks? Can the negotiator be 2 weeks? We went to Paris for our honeymoon. We went to Paris for our honeymoon. He is never a janitor. He is never a janitor. Are we failing after 5 months? Are we failing after 5 months? Can you quote from 2 months ago? Can you quote from 2 months ago? Is her family botanist? Is her family botanist? My son is a consultant. My son is a consultant. My mother was a race car driver. My mother was a race car driver. Could not sleep. Could not sleep. Could he visit next year? Could he visit next year? Can I be born every day? Can I be born every day? May come from time to time. May come from time to time. Could you turn off the TV, please? Could you turn off the TV, please? Were their stepdads plumbers? Were their stepdads plumbers? Would not name. Would not name. He can't be a babysitter right away. He can't be a babysitter right away. Will it attack at night? Will it attack at night? Could the virologist be 10 years? Could the virologist be 10 years? We don't talk. We don't talk. They seldom industrialized. They seldom industrialized. We could go in. We could go in. Wouldn't there be a sportscaster every month? Wouldn't there be a sportscaster every month? Are you the monthly warrior? Are you the monthly warrior? Do they have to take it out? Do they have to take it out? Is your half-brother a chemist? Is your half-brother a chemist? Is my stepbrother a translator? Is my stepbrother a translator? I can paint yearly. I can paint yearly. Will he speak in 3 hours? Will he speak in 3 hours? He would become a manager one day. He would become a manager one day. Should I take it now? Should I take it now? The fish in the river were swimming against the current. The fish in the river were swimming against the current. I write emails to my friends. I write emails to my friends. They should not fly the traffic controller after 3 weeks. They should not fly the traffic controller after 3 weeks. After 5 weeks, you can't be an aviator. After 5 weeks, you can't be an aviator. Do I get engaged often? Do I get engaged often? They made a cake for a friend's birthday party. They made a cake for a friend's birthday party. The representative will assist you with the paperwork. The representative will assist you with the paperwork. Does he have to play every week? Does he have to play every week? Was his stepson an aviator? Was his stepson an aviator? He has a lot of money. He has a lot of money. Was my brother-in-law a nurse? Was my brother-in-law a nurse? We didn't get a kick soon. We didn't get a kick soon. I have 12 brothers and sisters. I have 12 brothers and sisters. Their mother is a barista. Their mother is a barista. Not a historian 2 days later. Not a historian 2 days later. They have 2 children. They have 2 children. I'm always hungry and I can't help it. I'm always hungry and I can't help it. His grandfathers were columnists. His grandfathers were columnists. He wrote a letter to his friend. He wrote a letter to his friend. Does he forget every month? Does he forget every month? Are you leaving in a minute? Are you leaving in a minute? He couldn't have suffered for 1 second before. He couldn't have suffered for 1 second before. Is our son the governor? Is our son the governor? Then I have to talk. Then I have to talk. He will be training for 6 months when the race starts. He will be training for 6 months when the race starts.